browser tabs I have open.
You are now entering a dangerous liberty zone where God-given natural rights are held sacred and exercised. This is your warning. Tyranny, fascism, and censorship will not be tolerated. Ideas will be exchanged freely. Rigorous debate and open discourse is encouraged. If you are weak and your beliefs are fragile, you should leave now. Prepare yourself. We are now live on the Dangerous Liberty Podcast.
All right, folks, what is happening? Happy Tuesday, everybody. Welcome to another great episode of the Dangerous Liberty Podcast. We got a great show for you tonight, and we got a great guest for you. I do want to say hi to everybody over in the chat. I'm going to go through that in just a minute, but make sure that you like, subscribe, throw a comment down below. That helps us out. And, of course, if you'd like to become a member, down in the description below is a link. If you want to support this channel and everything that we do, you can sign up that way. And it's a couple bucks a month, goes a long way. Also, make sure you're following all of our other social media accounts down there. And if you want to support us on X, we do offer subscriptions there as well. So we got a lot going on today. It was almost, everything that's going on with Trump, with Iran. Maybe we'll get into some of that. But what we had scheduled today was to have Gray Hughes on. And without further ado, Gray Hughes, welcome to the show, man. It's great to see you again.
Yeah, good seeing you.
So, you and I have been fighting the good fight against all the Candace cult out there. And one of the things that you and I did is we actually linked up at UVU and actually went through, the entire, everywhere that Tyler Robinson actually went. We actually looked at the campus. You flew a drone. I flew a drone for other reasons. We got, the 3D model and all the things. But we found out a lot of information there. And I thought, look, I think anyone that's investigating this and they haven't gone to UVU, I think is just a complete, just being irresponsible, because I think it opened my eyes to a lot of the realities there on the ground. What was your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think this case particularly, there's a lot of cases you can, based on media coverage and everything, sure, you can do from afar. But this one, if you don't go there and just see how easy it is to do what Tyler Robinson did. That's the whole thing. It's like, it's the easiest thing I've ever seen. It literally, especially when there was an event going on with Charlie Kirk, everybody's over there. Yeah. So he sort of comes in from behind everybody. There's nobody watching. And even if they were watching, he still would have been able to do what he did, in my opinion.
No, I completely agree. What was crazy to me, too, is just how simple it actually all was. I think looking from afar, this looks much more complicated, but once you're there on the ground, between the way that you can get to the roof, between that just the open access and the nature of the facility itself, and knowing that the UVU didn't have any real security that day at all. They weren't screening anybody going in. They didn't require any tickets. They had no idea how many people were going to show up. They were expecting, 700 to 1,000 people there. Ended up being 3,000 people. So a lot of the answers. And the other thing that really surprised me was how much smaller the venue looks in person than it does, as you're watching on video or anything else. It's just not that large. When you're sitting there on the ground and you look up to that terrace, where the tree shooter, the Bushman shooter was, it's like, dude, that's such a ridiculous thing to even claim if you'd actually been there, because it's literally a stone's throw away. It's just so much closer.
I think when you're there, it's sort of, you get the picture that he had been there before to scope it out, because that little angle, it's amazing that where he laid down, there's just this one angle right through there. Right? Mm-hmm. If you're over to the feet, like 4 feet to the right, forget it. There's this little point of a building that sticks out. Yep. And so when you're down there, you can just see it. There's only a few times when you're moving around. Okay, there's that rooftop right there. Well, especially if you get over to the right-hand side, or I guess like north-ish. But yeah, I mean, it's really, close in. And it's a lot, the terrain's different too when you're out there. It shows you, like, having to walk up hills and different places, and we saw all of it, so you have a way better perspective. And, I've tried to go to crime scenes and so forth when I can, when it's close enough. It's hard when it's like 3,000 miles away or something. Almost for you, though. I mean,
it was really far.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for this to load because it's a big file, but I'll pull up in just a second. I'm going to pull up the 3D file that we have, and we'll talk about some of those things. And then, of course, we're going to go through a lot of the imagery that Gray has. I have a lot of the same imagery. If we're missing something, I can pull up different videos and things like that. But what we kind of want to do, our plan with this, was to just go from the very beginning and try to be as comprehensive as we possibly can, just walking people through what actually took place, what it looks like, filling in some of those information gaps that I think a lot of people still don't have. And, that's what we want to try to do tonight. Real quick, I just want to say hi to everybody over in the chat. K Pasta, Con, speaking of Con, and all our other mods out there. Thank you for all the work that you do. I know we already had trolls hitting the channel early today. I appreciate whoever took care of that. Thank you very much for that. Pam 12H. We got Wyatt, Daryl. Oh, and by the way, folks, if you're not following Gray, make sure, again, down in the description below are links to his channels, his YouTube channel. Follow him on X and go support him. He's doing great work over there. And if you guys ever get to meet Gray in person, man, I like hanging out with Gray. I had a lot of fun when we were out on the ground, man. You're pretty funny dude. I get your sense of humor. You were talking about it earlier.
Yeah, I make him laugh all the time. But then I notice that the same kind of comments I make with other people, they just go, I don't know, man. What are you saying? And I have dry humor. That's just what it is,
Well, I appreciate it. I think we had a lot of fun. One of the things we will do tonight, we will prioritize super chats. We are going to try to get through much of this as possible. We'll probably come to some natural pauses, if you will, and hit a few of the super chats, hit a few of the comments. But we will hit some of those. And there's just a couple real quick that I want to hit right quick. We got new member. Thank you, Rachel Wellington. CJ Carenti. Thank you, buddy. We always appreciate you, CJ. Speaking of which, we're actually going to throw up the 3D model that really CJ had a lot to do with this. I mean, he put a lot of work and time into it. I got the information, and he just made it actually happen. So we're going to take you through that just a little bit, and all of that is because of CJ Carenti. Gifted one, Alley Cake gifted one Gray Hughes Investigates membership. I'm going to dye Tony's beard red when he's sleeping. I don't know who Tony is.
Yeah, this guy just does jokes. We don't even know what he's talking about.
So real quick, I want to take you guys on a quick overview of this model that we have here. And I'm going to show you some of the positions that we're talking about. So one of the cool things that CJ did when he's putting this model together for us is we have some built-in positions. So one of the things is actually, this is what it looks like from Tyler Robinson's vantage point. And as you zoom in here, you can actually see what that line of sight actually looks like. And just like Gray was talking about a few minutes ago, if you get too far to the right, you obviously lose that line of sight. But you actually have quite a bit of room for error. Some of the people were saying, hey, if he just moved his tent over a little bit to the left, but that's not true, because if you get over here, and this thing is a little difficult to kind of navigate around with, but he actually had several feet that he could come over to this point over here. Let me see if I can get this. Yeah, there we go. All right, so even if they had moved this dramatically over here, this is still on the edge, and he would have had a full access no matter where this tent would have been, anywhere in the middle of that area. But one of the things we were talking about are some of these different positions that people suggested. So this is the Sorensen And I want to show you this. All right, so this is a possible shot, but the problem with this is that, and this is one of the things, this is one of the positions that I believe it was Chris Martinson has kind of been pushing. I wouldn't even say pushing. I like Chris. I just think he's wrong on this. But the problem with this is that this roof is sloped downward. And what I mean by that is his head right here is much taller, much higher than his feet. So you would have to create such a silhouette. And I'm telling you right now, folks, there was people all up on this second level. Like, this is so close. It is so close between here and over here. The idea that somebody would take a shot from this position and not be seen is just absolutely ludicrous. It would not happen. One of the other shots, let me see if this is that one. So this is another one of those shots. Again, you guys can see where he'd have to be. Originally, I think it was Trigger Smart was saying that there was a shooter from here, but the problem with that is that there is no line of sight from back here. You would have to creep all the way to this edge. And then, again, the distance from here to there, folks, is like, I don't know, it's like 40 feet. It's not far at all. It's very, very close. And the idea...
And I just want to, like, he's just showing, like, people on my channel, I don't show all these other angles because I just think they're ludicrous, you know. But the thing is what he's showing everybody are these theories that other people have that are just completely bogus, but this is where they've had people.
Yes.
You know. Okay.
Yep.
I just want them to know. Your viewers, you guys go over the conspiracy stuff a lot.
Yep. Nope. Great. Yeah, so there's that position right there. Was thinking we had another one. Oh, here we go. This one's kind of cool. So this is the SUV. This is from inside the SUV. And there was no way that they would be able to, there was people saying they shot Charlie from here. There's literally no way that they would be able to see Charlie Kirk from inside the SUV with that covering. So again, this model is available for you to download. You can either download it for this program, which is Rhino, or we have a Blender version of this for free. And you can move all around, you can check everything out, you can do whatever you want. And if you want to play around with some of these different theories or whatever you'd like to do, but essentially, this is the only location that he would have a shot from, and it would be, you know, less likely that he would be seen. So take that for what it is. The only other location that a shot could have come from is over here. And it's way far away, but let me show you. Again, this thing's kind of a hard to maneuver. I don't know why the hand keeps going away. From up here, and I don't even think there's actually a line of sight from this position. So we do have that person. That's not it. We do have a person up there. That's not the Lossy, Sorensen. Maybe it's this one. Yeah, this one. So there's a small possibility of a line of sight, but it's a much further shot. And again, you guys can take that for what it is. It didn't come from that direction. We know the shot didn't come from that direction. So there's that. All right. So, Gray, where do you want to start with all this?
I don't know. I think it's good to start with, I mean, there's those two documents that came out. We could just buzz through them, but then as we're going through, stop, and then, you know, we could point out on the map, you know, where things are, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think we need to read what the charges are, but, you know, like maybe we can just, maybe put my screen on. Oh, do I have to do the present thing again?
Yep.
Okay, hold on.
Present, and then I'll share it.
Wow, now you're at $50 from the trolls. Another one came in there. All right, let's see. My mic's too loud. That's what somebody said.
Sounds fine to me.
Yeah, I don't know. I just have it right here. I can turn it down.
Sounds good to me. I don't.
Yeah, so I mean, we could just start right here. It says Charles was holding a microphone and speaking to a crowd while speaking in. This is by the sheriff's department, by the way. Speaking into a microphone, a loud gunshot was heard, at 12:23. I think it's 12:23:29, right around there.
Right.
And Charles appeared to have been hit in the neck. Blood was seen coming out of the left side of his neck as he fell over to his left. Charles was transported to the Timpanogos Regional Hospital in Orem. Charles was pronounced deceased. And then it said, investigators reviewed the Utah Valley University surveillance cameras. While reviewing the surveillance cameras, investigators observed an individual on the rooftop of the Losi Center building on the UVU campus at the time of the shooting. I think that might be the officer that was standing like right over here. You remember that one that was back here?
Yep.
Yeah, so I think that's kind of like who's seeing that. And it says, hereafter, unidentified individual will be referred to as suspect. Based on the surveillance camera, let me see, the officer saw him on the rooftop of the Losi Center building of the UVU campus at the time of the shooting. And hereafter, unidentified individual will be referred to as suspect. Based on surveillance camera footage, suspect appears to be a white male with dark-colored hair, wearing a dark-colored hat, sunglasses, a long-sleeve black shirt with a picture of the American flag and an eagle printed on the shirt. And we've seen that eagle on when he's walking through the tunnel and down the steps before the tunnel, etc. It says, as American flag, an eagle printed on the shirt, dark-colored jeans, and white-gray shoes with white-colored shoelace. The shoes appear to be consistent with Chuck Taylor Converse-style shoes. Suspect is also carrying a dark-colored backpack on his back. Suspect walks with a distinctive gait because he's got the rifle in his pants prior to the shooting. And that says, so he walked with the gait prior to the shooting. The suspect appears to walk with a stiff right leg and at a relatively slow pace. The suspect's ability to bend his right leg appears to be, restricted. Investigators were able to track suspect's movements on the UVU campus starting at approximately 11:50. And I think that's when we see him on the surveillance footage. I think it's like on this video here, I have this whole clip, but right around this time frame is right around 11:50-ish, like right when he does this little turn at the end there. You can see him, he sort of hesitates. I always wonder what that was. Like, was he about to change his mind? But you see him over on the right-hand side, and that's right around 11:50 as he starts entering into that grassy area there. So the suspect walks south through the parking lot and approached a pedestrian tunnel that runs underneath Campus Drive. Before entering the tunnel, the suspect pauses at the top of the stairs and pulled out what appeared to be a cell phone from his right pocket using his right hand at approximately 11:53 hours. The suspect eventually, put what appeared to be a cell phone back in his right pant pocket using his right hand. Surveillance camera captured the suspect making his way towards the Losi Center building. So we have this, let me open up this. I think it's cool to see what we're talking about using this 360-degree shot of it. So okay, that one's called 360, there you go, right here. All right, so let's open that up. And actually that one doesn't look like that one. Hold on a second. Oh, that's the other one. Hold on a second. So it's going to be camera angle, shooting, 360. I don't think that one is it. Maybe. Hold on a second. Yeah, I think this is it. All right, so we just move forward here, and then I'm going to make my way all the way over to the tunnel here in a second, and you'll get to see exactly what it looks like. So here's the tunnel that he stopped to do his cell phone at. Right here. And then I put the camera right up next to that 360-degree camera right there. So hold on a second. So right now I go up, and then let's just pause it right there. Now look. See, there's the camera. So this is exactly what it looked like right there. And if you remember, he's just standing right at the top of these stairs coming down right here on the left. And that's where he put his cell phone in his pocket. And because that's a 360-degree camera, Well, that camera is gonna film him continue to walk this direction. So they can see him let himself down the stairs here because that one leg doesn't bend very good. So I guarantee you're gonna see that he's, doing something with one of his legs to go down the stairs. You know how, like, if you have a stiff leg, you might let one step down and then your other foot, but you're just kind of placing that one down almost like you have a cast on or something. And then you're going to see him walk all the way down that direction. Then after he gets to that end, I mean, you think it'd be useful to show the actual photographs? Because I do have those right here.
Yeah, let's show everything.
Yeah, we got to do it. Yeah,
Show it all.
that's what I think too. Let's see. I think on the 14th might have been maybe even the 13th when those images. Yeah, there we go. All right, so that first one that we were just looking at, right there. So let's just go back, look at that, and then here is that image right here. So see, right there, he's standing on the stairs, and it's exactly the same. Everything matches up perfectly. So you got that. Then after going through the tunnel, he goes down to the other end. So I'm just going to go ahead and move it forward a little bit. I had that on a tripod. And then you'll see this spot. It's amazing. It's right there next to that wall. That's the only wall with the little dots on it.
Yep.
Or whatever you call those things. So then we go up in the air. And then I'm right next to that camera. Turn around. And then right here is where, let's see, this shot right here is. See that?
Yep.
See even the coloring's the same. See, it's got.
Folks, I'm gonna up my. Everybody's saying my volume is low, so I'm gonna turn up my.
Yeah.
Keep going, Greg.
Yeah. So you got that.
It was very surreal being at the location, wasn't it?
Yeah. So look at I'm walking. Yeah. Yeah, it is. It is. It's crazy. When you're walking around, you're just knowing that he walked right here. So then if you saw how easy that was, right? So for people who don't know, look at this is the tunnel that he just came through, and then all he did was go around a corner and then walk up these stairs. Now I'm going to do the same thing with the camera here. It's going to go up in the right up there. There's the camera. So here we go. Right now, right there. Let's just say. And there's happens to be random people walking around, but I'll just put it about like this. So then that one is at the bottom of the stairs. And then watch. Ding, 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 ding. That's almost like a video if you play it quick like that. See that? So they're going to have a video of him walking up the stairs and going around that corner, going up just like that. All right? And that's pretty much all I did in this tunnel area because that's where they had these cameras. All right? Hopefully that made sense to everybody out there. It's really obvious. They're going to have a camera. This is all video, and he's going to be looking at it like that. I mean, maybe, I think I might go down here. Let's see if I go to the bottom. Yeah, so I go to the bottom. So you can just pretend that I'm him, right? Like, oh yeah, going up the stairs. This is what it's going to look like. But it's slower, right? He's just moving around. And then he walks over here like this and goes up these stairs. That's what it's going to look like. All right? I mean, that's the video that they have. We don't have that. We have still frames from each part. All right. So hopefully, do you guys agree with that, or what do you think?
No, that's great. That's great.
Yeah, of course they're going to have that, right? All right. So then back to this. So that was right around 11:50. The suspect paused at the top of the stairs and pulled out what appeared to be the cell phone. Okay. Then he puts the cell phone back in his pocket. And then we have the other footage of him going up the stairs. And then it shows at 12:02 the suspect was recorded walking on the north side of the Losi Center building. So what they're talking about, using this map, Google Earth 3D here, is he was walking right over in this, like right there. That's the north side of the building. He's walking right here at 12:02. And then he walks over here and then goes through a door right there. Now I have this all on video too, like what he's doing. I mean, I have 360-degree video. I don't know if you want to switch. We can go do some of this too if you want, where I'm doing that walk from where we just came up. You want to do that?
Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, we'll just do it. All right, I think it's one of the longer ones in here, maybe this one. All right, so this is the full walk here. So I'm going to go all the way over to when we're getting near campus here. So it's already later. So let's just do it from, let's go to here. Look, so there's the tunnel. All right, you want to start, let's just start up on, right up above here. And just go to there, and I'll speed it up a little bit. But right up here is where those two cameras are. See that one right there, the TMZ camera? That's one, right there. And then I have a marker on here, so it keeps spinning around on me, but I'll just hold it over here. Yeah, and then I'll just move it forward a little bit. So then at the end of the street, so if I show you on Google Earth what he just did, what I just showed you was right here, this camera, there's a camera on this house that filmed him walking, and then another house right here. Then he turns onto the grassy area there, and then walks over this little wooden bridge right there, and then comes down here and then just steps into the parking lot, walks over here, and then goes into the tunnel. So that's what we're looking at right now. Here's that little wooden bridge. Yeah, we don't need my audio there, but if you look at this, look how easy it is. Let me pause this and stop this, turn off this little keyframe that's over here, and then go back here. Sorry.
No, you're good.
All right, so back to here again. All right, so here we are going over the wooden bridge, and look how easy this perfect. He planned all this. I mean, this is because if you walk down that street over there, there's stairs, and those are hard for him to negotiate. But look at this right here. If he goes over this little bridge, how easy it is to walk with the gun in his pants to go clear down here. And then look how there's nothing there's no stairs or anything. You're just literally, it goes right down to the level of the parking lot. All right. And so then he walked from there straight down here like this. I'm just going to move it forward so we're getting close. Let's go back to right when we're going in. Yeah, so it's right here. And this is where he stopped a minute ago that I just showed you. He stopped right there. Then down into the tunnel. And like we can look backwards and everything. I love these cameras, by the way, because it's like you just film once and you can go back and, you do anything you want. You can look at the ceiling, it just doesn't matter. Anyways, so this is where he was filmed on that camera that's right up in the corner. Then around the corner here, and then up the stairs, and then there's the other camera that films him coming up the stairs. So this is all going to be video. Despite what Candace and everybody will tell you, oh, that's some manipulated image. They put some fake thing. It's not really him, even though his parents said it would look just like him. Candace knows what his parents looks like.
Going to testify against him.
Yeah, it's weird too because Candace knows what he looks like more than his parents. I mean, it's amazing.
Of course.
Yeah, so then I think he just walked out like this, so he's walking. Look at me. I've got this weird camera, everything. Nobody says a damn thing. And by the way, when you're limping around, nobody says, "Hey, sir, can you stop for a minute? Why are you limping?"
Do you have a gun down your pants? Do you have a rifle?
Yeah, yeah. Nobody says that. So let's just continue on. Now I think he literally went up this little place here because again, this route here avoids like a ton of stairs.
Yeah.
If you go further down near the Losi Center building, because I think that's it over here, right in front of us over there. I think this is the Losi Center building. So you go this direction, and there's all you really have to do is this little small set of steps, and then another small step. But if you go further down, you have to walk up like 20 stairs on this one setup. So you just take this little left right here. And then we'll just continue it further. So here's around the corner. And then go up these stairs right here. And then what I'll do is I'll stop it when we get to the north side of the building, and then we'll go back to the document because that's where we were, right? That'll be pretty cool. And then when it says he went on the roof, then we can go do that part.
Exactly.
I just want everybody to see all of this. So the document, to me, it was incredibly accurate and made sense, and so that's what we're doing here. So you're coming up here. This is that little slopey area where people said somebody disappeared.
Yeah, it was AI footage.
Sure.
Disappearing behind the trees. So I have that video if you want to play that.
Yeah, that's all right. Well, you could if you want later, but that's just like one of those things where, rational-minded people know there wasn't AI going on, because what did that have to do with anything? Anyways, those people. Like way over there's somebody go down a hill. Why'd they insert somebody or make them disappear? Yeah, so anyways, right now is probably when the camera that's right there filmed. I actually have this, I can draw on the screen, but I can't now because I'm sharing the different one. But it's right up here. You can see my mouse moving around. It's kind of small, but that's where the camera is. So that's probably when it picked him up. So then, at approximately 12:02, the suspect was recorded walking on the north side of the Losi Center building. That's right where we are right now, walking with the same gait as observed earlier. Suspect entered the Losi Center building through a set of doors on the southeast corner of the Losi Center building. At approximately 12:15 hours, the suspect was observed walking up the stairs that lead to the common area. Now, the common area is really on the roof. But it's adjacent to the Losi Center building, they call it. I feel like it's like on top of it, but kind of, I guess it is sort of off to the side, or sort of. Let's just take a look at it. At approximately 12:15 hours, suspect was observed walking up the stairs that lead to the common area adjacent to the Losi Center building. The suspect walked to a short concrete wall that separates the common area from the rooftop of the Losi Center building. And then at approximately 12:17 hours, the suspect climbed over that short wall and appeared to crouch down on the north side of the wall. And then we'll just stop it right there. And then you want to show that, I'll just show the rest of the walk then. Yep. So this is what they're showing that he did right here. Watch. Goes around this corner.
Right, that camera. Right there's where we got in trouble by the school
president. Yeah. Why is she in that room there? Boy, that's a conspiracy all by itself. She let him climb down. Why didn't she call it in? Man, Gary.
She told the cop we were like making faces at her and doing stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah. But before going there, I thought the doors were over there. I couldn't tell. But then until I watched a couple other people's videos so you walk through these doors right here. I mean, look how simple this is, everybody. He's got the rifle tucked down his pants. Now, what he did in here for 10 minutes or so, I don't know. Somebody in there might have been a witness that hasn't come forward, or there might be a camera somewhere. I didn't see any when I was moving around. But eventually he makes his way out this door here, likely. And then, after going out this door, when we got there, there was no gate there. For other people that got there really soon after, there was a gate. But when you go up these stairs, this is how simple it is. You go right to the top here. And that gate was not there at the time. So imagine all of this brown area you could just walk to. So that means he was able to walk right over there to that little corner space. And that's a short as hell fence. Remember that? It was just like,
it's like 3
you could just, you could almost just straddle it, Yep. And so he went to right there and then climbed over here, probably, laid down and then constructed the rifle. Took it out of his pants, a couple screws, What do you think?
2 bolts is all it's going to, 2 action screws is all it's going to take to reattach the barreled action to the stock itself. There's nothing hard or doesn't take very long at all. You could do it under a minute for sure. And I think it was actually missing for like 8 minutes, 9 minutes.
I think it's like
I think it's 9 minutes.
That mean that he was ducked down? I think it might only be like 5. Let's go look. Let's take. I'm about to read that part. I think it's like 5 though.
I think it's 9 minutes.
All right, here we go. Let's do it, man. What do I get? What do I get? So at approximately 12:17 hours, the suspect climbed over the short wall and appeared to crouch down on the north side of the wall. At 12:22, 5 minutes later, the suspect stood up and started running across the rooftop of the Losi Center building. And then it says, suspect stood up and started running across the rooftop of the Losi Center building. The notable limp that was seen previously, even the part where he walked over and climbed over that little wall, the suspect ran to the west side of the rooftop and appeared to scoot along the rooftop area as he got closer to the edge of the rooftop. At 12:22, the suspect laid down in a position consistent with the prone shooting position near the edge of the rooftop and appeared to be facing west in the direction of the courtyard area. The rooftop of the Losi Center building overlooks the courtyard area where the event featuring Charlie Kirk was taking place. The Losi Center building is east of the courtyard area. At approximately 12:23, Charlie Kirk was shot. I think it's like 12:23:29. At approximately 12:23 hours, surveillance shows that suspect stood up suddenly from the edge of the rooftop and sprinted north on the rooftop of the Losi Center building. The suspect ran to the northeast corner of the Losi Center building and approached the edge of the rooftop. So I got this really cool. Yeah, go ahead.
What page are you reading on? Is that coming from the charging documents, or is that coming from the probable cause affidavit?
I think it's the probable cause by the sheriff.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah, it's like 12:17. He goes over the wall, and then 12:22 he gets up and starts running.
On the charging documents, it says he goes from the public walkway and drops onto the roof at approximately 12:15. Although the individual moved out of the camera's view for a short amount of time, and then basically it says right around 12:24, 12:23, 12:24, he appears and low cross to the edge of the roof.
Okay, it's weird how they're not the same. You know, like not perfectly. They talk about different things differently. You know, they're just generalizing.
I would actually be willing to bet that the probable cause affidavit is more accurate, to be honest with you. It seems to be more well written. We'll just put it that way.
Yeah, because it seems like they even were more specific. Like 12:15 he goes up, and then 12:17 goes over.
The charging documents seem to be more like a general overview. We'll just say it like that.
All right, let's see. I have this.
We're both right.
Okay, all right. I'll give you some. Which one is it? Drone. Oh yeah, here it is. So this is really cool. This shows you exactly this area from a different perspective that most people haven't seen. All right, so here I got a drone, and so there's the area. Look at it. Let's just stop it right there. This area right there is where he climbed over, and he's right there. Yep. Right, so this whole fence wasn't there, so it was really easy. He was hiding right there, and then he goes this direction. He runs across right over here, and I don't make it all the way to the corner, but I get pretty close. I get right over this stuff so you can see. So if you stop about right there, it's interesting because you can look back, and you can see. And those are all of us standing there. But look at right there. He just got up, and then he ran this direction, and then right to there. That's it. I mean, it's the easiest damn thing in the world. Yep. And then if we just keep moving forward a little bit, I can almost see, I think right when I stop moving forward, right there. I mean, look, that's almost the exact angle, except it's over to the left slightly, I think. Possibly, but it's really close to that angle there. And then he then eventually, I have him going this direction around, so he ends up running across right where I'm going right now. So he came from over there, right over there, and then he's running this direction. And then, let's see. I think I was wondering if that was a fence, so I slowed down. I couldn't tell what that was. And then I make it right over to this little, that's that little white patch that you see him running on.
Yeah.
And we'll just go right over there.
I'm gonna try to turn they're still saying that you're coming in hot with your mic. I don't know if maybe you want to try turning your mic down just a little bit.
I can turn it down. Testing 1, 2, 3. How about that? Is that better? Or?
I mean, you sound fine to me, so like everything sounds good to me. I don't know. I'm gonna turn. There we go. Let's see if that.
Oh yeah. So it was weird. I was just testing 1, 2, 3.
See, now you're low to me, but I also have individual. I can control my volume over here too. All right, how's that sound, everybody? Hopefully that sounds better.
Yeah. Now check this out, though. Even on this one, I was able to find those same handprints and whatnot. See right there? There's the finger draw, and then I think maybe bag. His foot, I think, did that little tiny one over here in the corner, just the edge of his foot as he's dropping it off. But it was weird. I didn't notice that originally, and then just the other day I saw it again. So anyways, that's the view from, just that's what the whole roof looks like. It's really easy. It's not like something really complicated. Remember how Candace said you have to be a gymnast and do all this weird
She said stuff? You have to scale the roofs like Spider-Man.
Yeah. No. I mean, it is pretty far jump. It's about 10 feet.
Yeah, the drop is pretty far. But, I mean, it's, again.
He's little. He's like Gilligan.
Full kit on in the military. When I was assaulting buildings and going, I would drop that far all the time with full kit on. Like, jumping off the buildings, jumping over and down walls. This isn't insane, especially for a younger kid. It's not that big a deal. Yeah,
so it's 10 feet from where his feet are right there. And he's like Gilligan. He's, Gilligan weighs like 150 pounds, and he just jumps off, sinewy, boom, has barely carrying anything at all. It's not a big deal for somebody like that. And it's on grass, all right? So, I mean, we can get back to this now. So then, this will be a really interesting view of how this all works. The suspect dropped off the rooftop onto the grass below. So he ran to that corner. Let's just read what it says. So they were really specific here. It said, the suspect stood up suddenly from the edge of the rooftop and sprinted north on the rooftop to the Losi Center building. The suspect ran to the northeast corner of the Losi Center building and approached the edge of the rooftop. The suspect placed a dark-colored item on the rooftop and proceeded to lower himself off the rooftop. The suspect dropped off the rooftop onto the grass below. The suspect ran north near the parking lot to the east of the Losi Center. At approximately 12:24 hours, the suspect ran north across the Campus Drive road. The suspect appeared to be carrying an item whose identity is not clear from the surveillance. I mean, they know what it is, but, you can't absolutely go, oh, look, it's a gun, right? And it says the area to the north of Campus Drive Road where the suspect crossed over consists of a grassy area with trees on the edge of the UVU campus. Investigators discovered a bolt-action rifle wrapped in a dark-colored towel. The rifle was determined to be a Mauser Model 98 30-06 caliber bolt-action rifle. The rifle had a scope mounted on top of it. Investigators noted inscriptions that had been engraved on casings found with the rifle. Inscriptions on the fired casing read, "Notices bulge." I think it's supposed to be UWU or something. What's this? Inscriptions on 3 unfired casings read, "Hey fascist," up arrow, right arrow symbol, and 3 downward symbols. A second unfired casing read, "Oh Bella Chow, Bella Chow, Bella Chow, Chow Chow Chow." A third unfired casing read, "If you read this, you are gay, LMAO." That's where Candace got that from, isn't it? That when she always says you're gay, you know how she says that?
She's been saying you're faking gay for a while, but...
You don't think that... God, it sounds so similar to that.
Real quick, Gray, let's pause for just a second and run through some super chats in case, as well as some questions, just in case anything before we move forward. Real quick, Dom says, "Thank you, Gary, for always engaging the chat in a courteous, informative, and appreciative way. That's why you're my favorite. Love the chat group too." Thank you, Dom. You were awesome. gifted 1 Gray Hughes Investigative membership.
Wild Bill Wassman. Alley kick, another one.
Thank you very much. I don't know what that is, but some sort
Just
of
it's a wave. It's a wave symbol.
Oh, wave.
Here's Phyllis Watson. All right.
Gray is so good at this. He is. He is the best at taking you through the footage and the overhead graphics and putting it all together. It is really good. Gary, I'm a proud subscriber of your and Nate's channel. What's your thoughts on his thoughts on the case not being Tyler Robinson Gunn being the one that took the shot? I don't have money to super chat. I think he's wrong. And I think we're gonna and look, here's what I can tell you right now. I got information the other day that they have, you will hear in the next few days that is a 30 caliber round that Charlie Kirk was shot with. So it's a 30 caliber round. It's the gun. There's no evidence of any other gun. It is an atypical ballistic wound. There's plenty of plausible reasons why that happened. And not only that, it's happened in the past before, whether we're looking at Martin Luther King, whether we're looking at Chuck Ritter. I have a whole bunch of documents and that people have sent me coming from different pathology reports specific to 30-06. So these are and here's the thing. If we had his rifle and we had his ammunition, we may be able to repeat that 10 out of 10 times. And of course, we had an analog that was very similar to Charlie Kirk. The fact is, look, let me tell you something. Any person that says they're a ballistic expert and that goes and proceeds to go shoot a piece of meat in the backyard and says, "Oh, that's science. That proves something one way or the other," folks, they're full of shit. That is, they are not a ballistics expert. They do not understand how it actually works. They don't understand the terminal ballistic effects. They don't understand what's going on. That is just the dumbest thing I've ever heard. So again, if we had the rifle, we had the ammunition that he was using, I think we would have a much more realistic understanding of what's going on with that. And we don't have those things. We don't have any of that information. We don't know what the ammo was. We don't know what the type of projectile was. We don't know the condition of the ammo. We don't know what the muzzle velocity was. We don't know if that round was stabilized. We don't know if it was an extreme yaw. Like, we don't know everything that we would need to know to make any sort of educated prediction as to what could or could not happen or would not happen. We don't have that information, and there's too many variables. So that's what I think. I think he's wrong. And look, I've said it before. I'm going to say it again. Nate was an 18 Echo. He should not be claiming that he's a ballistics expert. He's not. All right. I was 18 Bravo, a weapons sergeant. But before that, before I went even into special operations, I was a sniper team leader. I went to sniper school. I loved long range ballistics. Since I got out of the military, I now teach long range professionally. That's what I do for a living. We reload. I literally have companies that send me guns and ammunition to test because of my expertise in the field. We have our own line of long range precision rifles. He was 18 Echo. Like, he does commo. He's not a ballistics expert. That's how I feel about it. Super sticker, $3. Thank you very much. Paramount Tactical. Look, folks, this whole thing, I don't even know what's going on with
it's not even a legitimate thing that they're saying. It's the craziest thing I've ever. I explained. Well, I tried to tell you what it was earlier, but
no, you told me, and like I said, you're not going to troll on my channel. I don't care if you put $100 up there, especially one of my guests. You're not going to troll them. Like, whatever you have, if you guys got personal issues or some issue, take it up with Gray. That's not me. I don't care. Thank you. The moon made me do it. Surprised FBI Utah. This is the reason I wanted to hit this real quick. Surprised the FBI Utah police didn't take a look at those handprints to match them to TR. Folks, I can tell you for sure that they did. Gray, do you still have that photo where it shows the handprint actually marked? I
mean, like the tape on. Yeah, I did. I have somewhere. I didn't. It actually shows that they marked the whole damn thing.
Yeah.
And it's just like, I just happened to be up there and film these handprints, and it turns out it matches where they had the stickers and things like that and other pictures.
So there's definitely pictures of evidence stickers right where the handprints are. So a couple things that you can take from that. Number one, I guarantee they got fingerprints from that area. It was sliding. So they may or may not have been able to get a good print. But what they did get for sure is they got touch DNA. Guarantee you they got DNA off of that. And it was very isolated spot. So they got DNA off of that, and they talk about additional DNA, and they talk about additional evidence that they have in one of the latest hearings.
Right there.
So, yep. So you can guarantee. Look at that, folks.
Yeah. I if they don't have DNA, then somebody did something wrong, because he put his hand there, slid it off, and you can see his handprints there. I think they literally have DNA showing that his DNA is on the roof itself. Okay.
Yeah. And the other thing that they'll probably get, and this is just me speculating, folks. So, look, that gravel on top of that roof, like the dust and things that come from that gravel on top of that roof are going to be very unique. And I guarantee he had that on his clothes. So they will also be able to get, oh, actually, I think they got rid of, he said he got rid of his clothes, didn't he?
Yeah, he got rid of, that's what he said in the messages. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or he said, not in messages, he said it to the, I guess he was the former deputy or sheriff or something.
The sheriff, yeah.
Yeah, that turned him in.
Brooksby.
Well, it's the guy that came, is that his name? The guy that came, that helped the family out?
So I think that guy's actually, his name is Matt Robinson.
Yeah, Robinson. Yeah.
Which is
so
the
that
father's
guy
name that just happened to be the same as the former, he was a former detective is what he was. But I think they just happened to share the exact same name, which led to a lot of, and Sheriff Brooksby talks about that in the press conference, which we can watch later if you guys would.
Yeah, I do have that too. I have that.
Awesome. Great to see you, boss. Just showing some love. Got off early and caught your live. Life is good. Life is good. I believe Charlie Security dropped the ball also.
All right.
Look, I'll just tell you right now, I disagree. Look, Charlie Kirk was not a president. He did not have a Secret Service security detail. They are a close protection. They're a close protection service. That's what they do. Close protection. All right. So they're responsible for about a 30-yard bubble around Charlie Kirk. They're responsible for the advance, arrivals, and departures. The rooftop was 100% UVUs. That is their physical security problem. And I've said this before, I'll say it again. If somebody had went up there just to watch the event and fell off the roof, whose fault would that be? They would sue UVU because it was their lack of due diligence and just being irresponsible and not securing those rooftops. And of course, we also have the text messages between Dan Flood and the UVU police chief saying that they had the roofs covered. So this just wasn't expected. We could sit here in hindsight 2020 this to death, and I could come up with 50 different ways that Charlie Kirk could have been killed that day, could have been attacked. And none of them would have been covered by the amount of security that he had. And quite frankly, including a gunshot from what we call the rope line, just from the crowd. Like, you only had like 5 or 6 of those guys. Somebody could have pulled out a gun and just shot Charlie Kirk before one of the security personnel got to him. Because again, they're out looking at the crowd. There was 11 people for 3,000 people. There's 3,000 people in attendance. You could not watch them all. And if I was the bad guy and I was 6 feet away from one of the security right at the front of the line, and I see him looking over that way, I have plenty of time to pull out a firearm and engage Charlie Kirk. It's unfortunate, but again, he's not the president, and he doesn't have 300 people on the ground doing everything that a Secret Service security detail would have done. Look, for every venue, they spend $3, $4, $5 million for security for a president. But that's for every venue. They don't even spend that for the yearly budget of Charlie Kirk. They could have shot him in a vehicle, pulling up or leaving. He didn't have bulletproof, he didn't have bullet resistant vehicles. So, I mean, you can continue to hindsight 2020 and play Monday morning quarterback on that if you want. I'm just telling you that's just not realistic. Who's to blame is whoever shot Charlie Kirk, and that is Tyler Robinson.
That's what I try to tell people. There's a lot of victim blaming that goes on all the time, and other people. It's that the psycho is Tyler Robinson. That's the one that did it. Put all your energy into that. Not, well, you should have been able to stop. Okay, well, yeah, great. But why can't we live in a world where there isn't those people?
Yeah.
You know, that's the thing. I mean, I guess you need security for a reason. But
100%. Natives Grifter, props to Gary for being respectful. Look, I don't like getting into this. I especially don't like getting into disputes with people from the regiment. People love that type of drama. I hate it. But it is what it is. Great show. Thank you. Hi, Gary. I don't know why haters are here tonight. They're hating on you guys, and I think that's not a bad thing. Let them. I don't think we should censor them unless they swear. It just exposes who they are and their ignorance. Yeah, I disagree, Lynn. Here's what I disagree with. If you're going to distract, because if you got a bunch of people over there just throwing ad hominem attacks at either me or the guests or whatever else, it is disrespectful to everybody in the chat that wants to talk about what's going on. It takes up time. It takes up space. Exactly. And we just don't have time for it. It's a distraction. So that's how I feel about this. This is, if they want to go do that on somebody else's channel, they can do it. They're not doing it on mine. So moderators, again, ad hominem attacks, freaking, they can get one warning. After that, they're banned, period.
I agree with that. And they don't get away with that on mine. I have all kinds of things put in place. You're good at it too, not letting them do it.
Yeah. Good point. I mean, again, we're here to have a discussion, and I want to encourage disagreement. And we can have those discussions, and I will be as respectful as someone is respectful to me. And I'm going to meet you energy for energy. And if you're going to play games, we're just going to boot you. Like even now, I mean, like we just spent a couple 30, 40 seconds a minute even discussing these people, and this should be an adult conversation, right? We should be all adults here and be able to talk about this stuff and look for the actual truth and not just have to fight people pushing a certain narrative. And if you got questions, it's fine. Or if you believe something other than what I believe or what Gray believes, that's fine. We can talk about it, and let's do that in a productive way. And even if we, in the discussion where we still disagree, that's okay. We don't have to hate one another. We don't have to call each other names. You know, it's just dumb. All right, moving on.
All right, I can go back. Oh, you still got more? Okay, yeah. So
we're good.
So after, the video that we've all seen a million times, I put the camera right up next to that camera. So it's really close to what we're doing here. So you see him jump off the roof here. We've seen it a million times. I mean, I can go over that again too. I mean, I guess we could. At the beginning of this, I have it at the beginning. So look, there it is. And the reason it's at an angle like that is because when you're looking at these cameras, they have it. See that? Look at that. See when I turn it, how that angles off like that?
Yep.
And then over here now it's it kind of flattens out over there. But that angle there, the building's sort of at an angle. So they're looking all the way over there and seeing him run across the roof, which is right there. There he is. And it's kind of neat, interesting watching this. I hate how they zoomed in for us, but see right through there, you can actually see his legs through the glass running across there. Then he comes over here, and then the reason you can't see the shadows because it's blown out by the white on the roof there. Hold on. And then see, like this stuff here, you can absolutely see him carrying something. Hold on. Let me... I mean, look at this. Watch. He goes right there, and then... See, the reason you can't see part of it is because it's so thin, the barrel. But there he is, putting the gun with the towel down. Then he steps down, and then what we just saw a minute ago, notice right in here, his left hand is on the roof at that point, but then just for a moment, right after that, he puts it on that next ledge right there, and then he jumps down. And then when he hits the ground down here, this is where you can really see a gun. Watch this. Right there. I mean, look at that. What the hell else is that?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, that is absolutely a rifle. And I can't see the rifle, so I can't tell you absolutely, but I can say
it's definitely a magically rigid towel. Maybe he dipped that towel in Viagra or something.
Very possible. Very possible. Yeah. So anyway, he does that. Like they show that same damn thing 3 times, and then he comes running over here. Got to move it. Let's see. So right around in these areas, you can really see, like, look at that. He's got it forward, and then the towel's hanging on it, like right there. Look at that.
Yep.
And then when he gets near the sidewalk over here, he tries to walk with it with his left leg at the same time because he knows it's exposed. So watch. He's like, ding, ding, ding. See that?
Yep.
How he's trying to walk with it. Then he goes around the corner, and then he's kind of lost control of it a little bit. And then he makes his way across the street. So when you look at this over here, this is what law enforcement has at their disposal. So they can watch this whole thing, and then they got all the way over here, and they can see him cross the street over here. Then they can turn over here like this. Look at all this extra space that you can see.
Yeah.
And they saw him go over across the street, but they could tell that he didn't make his way up this direction. He disappeared into the woods. And that's why law enforcement went into the woods, and then they stumbled upon the rifle in there.
Well,
now,
real quick, I want to highlight the fact that this video that we're looking at, the video that was released. One thing that's really important to understand, folks, is that was like, what was it, like 6 frames per second? It was super low resolution.
It's not good. Yeah.
So it's literally like 6 frames per second, whereas a normal video would be 24 to 30 frames per second, typically 30 frames per second. And that's probably what they have is 4K 30 frames per second resolution. But the way that this video, what they released being 6 frames per second, we're missing some detail, and the movement seems a little bit choppy because of that. So
I think this might actually be but I've seen cases like this. I think this might be what they have.
They actually have.
Yeah, because what it is it's so huge. Each one of the frames on this is a massive. I mean, it could be 8K. That's what I have here. It's an 8K image. So they might have it at 12 frames or something like that, where it's not 30 frames a second.
Sure.
And I'm not absolutely certain that it's 8K either. It could be like 5.7. There's these different layers down there. It looks pretty clear though when you're looking at it from those original shots like that. So it could be 8K. The one I'm using is, so you could make a comparison.
But people have to understand too, like when we're talking about a 4K or 8K resolution with a 360-degree camera, that's that 8K, that pixelation actually divided 360 degrees. So for instance, I have a camera over there like what Gray is using. I don't know if he has which version he has, but it's 4K 360. So I think when you're actually filming, when you're showing it like this, it's slightly higher than 1080p. So you're not getting true 4K resolution. That resolution is divided across 360 degrees. So
this one's, I have an 8K. That's what this one is. Insta360 8K. So it's
I have the version before that. So it's it's older. It's not as good as yours.
Yeah, might be 5700, but yeah. So like the whole frame itself is huge, 8K, but the part that you're seeing on the screen at any given time might be 1080p or higher, which isn't terrible, but it's not as clear as it would have been had a 8K camera been tracking the person or something.
Exactly.
But so what they see, you can just kind of use this guy down here walking. That size of a character moving over here, and it just sort of disappears into the woods there. Now I have another one of the woods. Remember we were talking about that?
Yeah.
So he runs across. Let's see. This is it right here. Right. So here, this is almost exactly what he was doing. He kind of went over this grassy area. So there's the corner right there, right? So he goes right over here. This is what I do when I go to crime places. I try to recreate, because this is so valuable now to be able to just look and see exactly where he went. But I think he was kind of like lower right down here on the sidewalk. And then he goes right over here, and we'll just go like he's going across the street now.
Now, folks, what I want you to realize about this wooded area is really small. All right. It's like three trees deep by maybe 100 yards. And understand when they're looking for Tyler Robinson at this point, they're looking for Tyler Robinson. They have no idea that he cached a gun. And so this is what I keep going back to, this whole narrative that Candace Owens has spun, where she said, all these, she literally says that law enforcement officers linked arms and then, basically combed the area like we're watching Spaceballs, combed the area, and then didn't find anything. And then they called in bomb dogs, which they looked all over this whole area, didn't find anything. And then suddenly the FBI showed up, and then 5 minutes later, they found a rifle. This area would take me and Gray probably 20 minutes to search thoroughly as we're walking through this stuff.
Yeah.
It's not super thick, and it wouldn't be that hard to find. But most importantly, they didn't know to search this area thoroughly. You know what I mean? Like, they didn't know that there was a gun dropped there. The normal assumption was, number one, we're looking for a person, and he had the gun on him. Like Gray mentioned earlier, I think they stumbled upon the gun. They may have even had a dog track his scent from the point that he dropped all the way to where the gun was found. But none of this, it's not that big. It's just not. Like, it wouldn't be hard to find anything over there. And I think they just stumbled upon the gun. So this idea that they knew to search this area because they knew that there was a gun, I think is just incorrect. And I think they stumbled upon the gun, and that whole narrative that Candace Owens spun was created to undermine the credibility of the investigation. The idea there is to smuggle in the idea that they have planted evidence.
And they could have just went back there to, like this, because he went there, so you're just trying to track where he went. So you're going there, and then in doing so, you check the wooded area and stumbled upon the rifle and had the black towel and everything.
Right.
I was just kind of showing you what it looks like back there. It's really narrow. There's no way in hell you'd have to have people lined up. And first of all, you couldn't walk in a line. As soon as you get into the woods, there's this steep bank. You're just, it's ludicrous to talk like that. I mean, it's just ridiculous. So anyways, it says investigators also discovered a shoe impression on the northeast corner of the rooftop. Well, that's where we saw him put his foot down. Rooftop edge of the Losi Center building. Now, it could be actually on the rooftop itself, which is sort of interesting. Maybe we can go back and, now that we have that drone footage from the top, that might be sort of interesting to look at. I don't know. Let me see. Where is that? I think it's, that one right there. So let me move it forward to that end when we were flying over that corner again. Yeah, it was right over here. But it might be interesting because right over there, maybe the footprint is higher up. But it seems like this is what they might be talking about. As a matter of fact, he's put his foot
about
on that
he put
shelf.
His foot on that ledge, so they might have got that. Then they very likely also got a footprint, because we saw the impression, it looked like, where he landed. It was still there when we were there.
On the ground?
Yep.
Yeah, so they have, I'm not sure what they got off of there. I didn't really see him touching much of that, but
that
right
is
there.
Is that the tape? Because the tape was still there. There was marks.
Yeah, that is the tape
right there. That's actually it's like the little pieces of tape, folks, that have a pointer on it. That's
and measurement, kind of like an inch or whatever,
Real quick, I want to address this comment since we're here. Going through the documents, I heard zero mention of dogs. They said investigators located the weapon. Yeah, look, what I can say if you guys listen to the police scanner audio, it's available. I could even find it and pull it up at some point. There, you hear them talking about the event, and within 10 minutes, as they're talking back and forth, they're trying to figure out who was shot. And so you have all these different squad cars talking to one another in different LEOs, trying to figure out where they're going to meet up, where they need to be looking for suspects. Within 10 minutes, they're talking to somebody that's actually viewing the footage from the surveillance camera. and they're talking about the point that he dropped off, and they talk about exactly the point where he terminates into the woods. So within 10 minutes, they knew exactly where he exfilled from, where he jumped off the roof, and then where he actually, the direction that he was headed. So they may not have needed to call the dogs at all. They may have just sent somebody over there, and a law enforcement officer followed that footpath and then stumbled upon the weapon. But you're right, nothing is said. Now, what I will say, in that same scanner audio, you do hear them saying, hey, we want to bring in canines. So canines were brought in at some point. We never hear their role in any of it. They just were saying, hey, we need to get some canines, because they knew they were searching for a person. There's nothing in there that even indicates that they were used. They just said, yeah, it'd be good to get some canines to the location. So we don't really know. But what I don't believe is the narrative that Candace Owens. I think she made up that whole narrative just to undermine the investigation and try to convince people that the FBI planted evidence, because there's no confirmation of that story anywhere else. It literally comes out of the ether from Candace Owens' own statements. That's the only place that has ever been said, but that has went across the internet like a wildfire, and people actually believe that.
You know, I just hope the guy, you know what, and it sounds kind of weird, but I hope Candace Owens is sued by Erica Kirk and all. They just need to do it. I mean, I don't give a shit if it makes, it's just something that needs to be done. She'll get smoked, and it would just be, there's nothing she's ever said has any validity at all, except sort of like these little, this guy's name is Jim. See, I told you the truth. His name is Jim. Yeah. But everything else after Jim is complete bullshit. But because she called him Jim, everybody's got to believe the rest of what she said, and that's the part that it's creepy.
Yes,
it's creepy. I mean,
what she does is classic disinformation tactic. She never provides evidence of the material elements of the story, but some obscure elements of this, she'll confirm that that's true, and everybody will believe everything else. That's what they do. And by the way, it's not even that. Like, she throws spaghetti at a wall, and because, 1 out of 100 things that she actually says, none of it being the material portion of it turned out to be true, then we believe everything that she says. It's insane, to be honest with you.
Yeah, really. Hey, let's go through it some more though.
Yeah,
because I think we need to get through this, and then we need to switch to the other document for the stuff that was said at, like, the family members said, and then the Twigs and their communication.
Yep.
That has a better representation of that. So we'll go through this. I think it's not too much further, I don't think, but it says,
no, it's good.
Let's see. Investigators reviewed additional video footage from UVU campus. Let's see, right? Let me go to here. They've shoe impressions, and the shoe impressions were consistent with Chuck Taylor. Remember how they said he was wearing Chuck Taylor's? On the evening of September 11, 2025, a family member of Tyler Robinson reached out to a family friend who contacted the Washington County Sheriff's Office with information that Robinson had confessed to them or implied that he had committed the incident. The information was relayed to the Utah County Sheriff's Office and scene investigators. I guess that part right there is what I'm talking about. That's all on the other one. Also confirmed Robinson had so a family member confirmed that he had a gray Dodge Challenger. I don't think that one's in the other document.
No,
let's just read this. Let's read this part then.
Yeah.
Investigators interviewed a family member of Robinson who stated that Robinson had become more political in recent years. The family member referenced a recent incident in which Robinson came to dinner prior to September 10th. And in a conversation with another family member, Robinson mentioned Charlie Kirk was coming to UVU. They talked about why they didn't like him and the viewpoint he had.
He said,
family
hey,
member.
sorry, hold on. I know who Charlie Kirk shooter is. I know.
Sorry, I was adding stuff to.
That was funny. That was funny. Am I still on there? My other screen though, or do I have to?
There we go.
Okay. All right. I was like, what? What'd I do? The family member also confirmed Robinson had a gray Dodge Challenger. Investigators identified an individual as the roommate of Robinson. Investigators interviewed the roommate, who stated that his roommate, referring to Robinson, so this Twiggs is referring to Robinson, he made a joke on Discord. Investigators asked if he would show them the messages on Discord. He opened it and showed several messages to investigators and allowed investigators to take photos of the screen as each message was shown by Robinson's roommate. So that's how they originally got that. Now, I'd imagine they have a more technical version of that now, like they actually got a warrant and then we're able to get the screenshots, right off the screen. These photos consisted of various messages, including content of messages between the phone contact named Tyler with an emoji icon and Robinson's roommate device. So it says Tyler with an emoji icon and Robinson's roommate's device. The content of these messages included messages affiliated with the contact Tyler, stating a need to retrieve a rifle from a drop point, leaving the rifle in a bush, messages related to visually watching the area where the rifle was left, and a message referring to having left the rifle wrapped in a towel. The messages also refer to engraving bullets and mention of a scope and the rifle being unique. Messages from the contact Tyler also mentioned that he had changed outfits. Based on the evidence detailed in the statement, I believe there's probable cause. Okay, that's where that one pretty much ends there. So let's see. You still there?
Yep, I'm right here.
Yeah, so I mean that's where that probable cause ends there. And so for me it's just like I've told people before, it's one of the strongest cases I've ever seen in all the years I've been covering cases. So that's why it's like shocking to see like whole communities of people that are so deranged. I mean, that's how I look at it. I just, to me, I mean, I don't know. I guess I can't say that. It's just sort of like that you've been able to be duped by whoever you're watching, because there's these whole communities of people that believe something because somebody told them something.
Yeah.
Like Baron Coleman, one of those guys, they just like, oh my God, the Google Trends, etc. It's just this huge thing. It's not even an investigative tool that anybody uses. And so I'm just not sure, it's really frustrating for me. It's very, I mean, it's like he literally places himself at the scene with his communications. He drives the correct vehicle. He had access to the exact same rifle, scope, etc. He has DNA on the trigger, all over the gun, the towel, etc. He's got
cartridge, the unspent cartridges.
I mean, it goes on and on and on and on. It just never.
And to kind of hit your, highlight your point exactly on that. The thing is, everybody's like, well, we want more information to prove to us. But that's the other crazy thing about this is like with this case, there's been more information made public about this case than I can remember any other case that I've ever followed. I don't follow a lot of true crime. I know that's kind of what you do, Gray. But like I don't, but there are several cases that I have paid a lot of attention to. And there was never this amount of evidence, incriminating evidence that was shared. We have so much, or at least we know of so much, and you can sit there and say, well, we don't see the evidence. We just have a list of evidence. And look, folks, what's in these charging documents, anybody that's telling you that the information and the evidence in these charging documents isn't going to be shown in court is absolutely nuts. Now, if they want to sit there and postulate that this is all fabricated and they just made up this evidence, well, number one, the defense team is going to have the ability to forensically analyze all of this evidence, be able to confirm or deny its legitimacy. They've already went through and digitally examined the text messages and the Discord, and notice that they haven't filed any sort of motion to throw those out. There's a reason for that. And then to go further into that, if you're saying, hey, all of this evidence is fake, if it's just fake and they made it up and they're framing this kid, why didn't they just go ahead and confirm that the bullet matched too? Why didn't they just say, "Yep, the bullet matches.
Yeah.
We're good. We're good."
Yeah. Because they're not going to prove anything.
They could have fired a round through that rifle and then taken that bullet and said, "Hey, this is actually the evidence. This is what we found." And then look, all the tooling matches. The tooling marks match. It's a perfect match to the rifle. This is the one that we found inside Charlie Kirk. Like, they could have faked all this stuff if what you're saying is true, but they haven't. So, like, at every level, it doesn't make any logical sense of a single one of these theories. It just doesn't make sense. I don't know what else to. It bothers my mind for sure.
Yeah, and everybody, and it was really irresponsible by multiple news outlets who said the bullet doesn't match.
Yes.
When it really should be, they were unable to match it because it was so damaged. That's what the title should have been.
It's inconclusive. That's what they should have said.
Yeah.
Hey, it was inconclusive. It doesn't mean that it isn't a bullet, but we can't prove that it was. That's what it should say. To say that it doesn't match is just a miscarriage of any sort of ethical journalism possible. Like that was a clickbait title that any organization that put that out, you should discredit them as ever using them as a source for information in the future.
Yeah, well, the thing is, like, I think it was Daily Mail or something. But the thing is, Daily Mail is like 80% accurate, so you can get some good photos from them. So I don't really ever say, "Oh my God, this is 100% accurate from Daily Mail."
Yeah,
they just have the clickbait titles like that. But it was really irresponsible because that allows people like Candace Owens to put the little title. Look, I even said it right here. I was right. We were right, everybody. You weren't right.
The Daily Mail, the UK rag that it is, also got sued by the Trumps for $150 million, and they had to send out a retraction when they stated that they reported that I want to say Ivanka, but Melania Trump was a escort prior to marrying Donald Trump. It's just rumor mill gossip nonsense they put into their newspaper, and they ended up getting sued for defamation. And I don't know if they came to a settlement, but either way, they end up issuing a retraction.
Wait, that wasn't true? No, I'm just kidding. That was a joke. But I mean, it's like, there's so much of this misinformation out there. It's crazy. Unbelievable. All right, so you want to open up? Like, I can open up the other one if you want.
Which other one? The other document?
Yeah, because that one has interesting stuff in it.
Let me go through. Let me just take a look at see. Let me just see if we have any questions that have to do with anything we've covered so far, folks. Look, we're doing this for you. I want to go through this as slowly as we need to, and I mean, we can have Gray back on multiple times. I want to leave no questions unanswered, or at least the best that we can with what we have. That's what it's here for. So if you guys have any additional questions about anything that we've covered so far, let us know. And I'm not seeing any major ones over in the live chat, nor have I seen any in the super chat, really. So let's move on.
All right. So let's see, reviewed surveillance. I think we can just move down to right down here. It says expanded crime scene investigation. Wait, you got to put my thing on the screen. People like to read it. If you don't have it on the screen, they go, "Where is it?"
There we go.
All right. All right. Law enforcement officers followed the suspect escape path to the northeast end of campus, where they believe the suspect left campus and entered the wooded area. In that wooded area, investigators found a bolt-action rifle wrapped in a towel. And by the way, the rifle and the scope are pretty it's uncommon, the scope, right? Is that what the deal is? I mean, do you know by looking at it that it's not really that the rifle and the scope aren't really that common?
The rifle, I can't tell what kind of scope it is, but the rifle is unique in that it has a newer stock on it, but it is a Mauser action. I've heard rumors that it was typically Mausers don't come with 30-06, but it's not uncommon for an older rifle like that where they put a new barrel on it with a more popular that is chambered in a more popular barrel, right? So, in a more popular cartridge. So, I mean, it's unique in that case, but there's nothing crazy about it. And one of the things I hear all the time is like, nobody would replace a wooden, folks, we have people that come to our shop all the time where we're replacing exactly that, old wooden stock that's beat up, that doesn't, and a lot of those wooden stocks like are really short because especially going back in the 50s, 60s, or whenever that rifle was made, a lot of those, like people were just smaller back then. So even if the stock is in good shape, it doesn't fit people well. But on top of that, there's a lot of advantages to a more modern stock. That stock looks like something that was probably made in the 90s to me, 80s or 90s. It could be a little bit younger or older, but nothing's crazy about it. But it is fairly unique in that sense.
Yeah. So, I mean, it probably looked familiar to the family when they saw it.
Oh yeah.
Like they could look at it and go, oh yeah, right, just like you said. Okay, so right here it said the rifle contained 1 spent round and 3 unspent rounds. This is consistent with the facts officers observed at the time of and immediately after the shooting, right? Because they didn't find any shell casings on the roof because this is, I guess, it stores the shell inside the gun, right? There's like
as an internal magazine, potentially.
Right, yeah.
I don't know that. Let me see what page that's. What is that? Page 5 that you're reading?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I think it does. It does say that. No shell casings were found on the roof, suggesting a bolt action rather than an auto-loading weapon, and only a single round was fired. And when we hear that, too, it's like,
Sure.
On the roof. I've got so this right here, I think I have the precise time. You want to see how I got this figured out? Really quick, just so we can get that in there. Hopefully this isn't starting to freeze up on me here. It looks kind of dicey, like it's slow. Yeah.
Is this Adam, Bartholomew's footage?
Yeah, Bartholomew's footage.
If you have, the other thing I'd like to show people, because it's very clear in this footage too, where you see everybody look toward where the shot came from. You constantly hear that from people where it's like, nobody even looked the direction of where the shot came from. Well, probably down below, it's harder to see that. It may even been harder to hear given that courtyard space. But from the top here, when you're looking down, you can see everybody does actually look in that direction, including the people up top. So I just think that's a really good point.
I'm just going to reopen it. It seemed like it was really starting to...
No worries.
I've, like, some of these files I have open are, like those 3D files, 17 gigabytes for one of those. It's ridiculous. So I'll try to open it up again. We'll see what happens. I don't know.
Yeah, it does, like you already relayed, it does look like that the other rounds were in the internal magazine. It says the rifle,
the 3
1 spent round and 3 unspent rounds. So
so the one that was fired said notices bulge, but they have a capital T, I guess. OWU, what's this? And then second one said, well, that wasn't fired. Hey, fascist, catch. And then third one said oh, Bella Chow, Bella Chow, Bella Chow, Chow Chow. And then the fourth cartridge, if you read this, you are gay, LMAO. So those last 3 were still unfired, and the first one was fired. And then if you remember, we'll be reading this in a minute, where Tyler Robinson actually mentions the writing on the bullet that he fired. I mean, it's like, come on, you guys. How could you still, it's just all too clean gray. Well, sometimes people are idiots, They see the Washington County investigation. Let's see. On the evening of September 11, 2025, as law enforcement continued their investigation, Tyler Robinson went to Washington County Sheriff's Office with his parents and a family friend to turn himself in. Robinson's mother stated the following to police. On September 11, 2025, the day after the shooting, Robinson's mother saw the photo of the shooter in the news and thought the shooter looked a hell of a lot like her son. She didn't say hell of a lot. But, she said it looked like her son. The person that Candace said isn't You know, it's amazing because her mother doesn't even know what her own son looks like, but Candace does. Robinson's mother saw the photo of the shooter in the news and thought the shooter looked like her son. Robinson's mother called her son and asked him where he was. He said he was at home sick. Oh, and by the way, he was also sick on September 10th, you know. Robinson's mother expressed concern to her husband that the suspected shooter looked like Robinson. Robinson's father agreed. And it says, Robinson's mother explained that over the last year or so, Robinson had become more political and had started to lean more to the left, becoming more pro-gay and trans rights oriented. She stated that Robinson began to date his roommate, a biological male, who was transitioning genders. And then it says, this resulted in several discussions with family members, but especially between Robinson and his father, who have very different political views. In one conversation before the shooting, Robinson mentioned that Charlie Kirk would be holding an event at UVU, which Robinson said was a stupid venue for the event. Robinson accused Kirk of spreading hate. Robinson's father reported that when his wife showed him the... So now they're going back to what we just heard a second ago. Robinson's father reported, that means this is like either on a video or audio recording, this stuff here, reported that when his wife showed him the surveillance image of the suspected shooter in the news, he agreed that it looked like their son. He also believed that the rifle that police suspected the shooter used matched a rifle that was given to his son as a gift. As a result, Robinson's father contacted his son and asked him to send a photo of the rifle. Robinson did not respond. However, so this part's pretty interesting because you can match this up with the text conversation, this portion here, but it says, however, Robinson's father spoke on the phone with Robinson. Robinson implied that he planned to take his own life. Robinson's parents were able to convince him to meet at their home. As they discussed the situation, Robinson implied that he was the shooter and stated that he couldn't go to jail and just wanted to end it. When asked why he did it, Robinson explained there's too much evil and the guy, Charlie Kirk, spreads too much hate.
Right there is a clear admission.
Motive.
Well, it's a clear admission as well, because
both.
If I ask you, hey, you know, why'd you steal my car? Instead of saying, no, I didn't steal your car, it's because, well, Gary, your car was really nice and I liked it. So when they asked, why did you do it? After he already implied that he did it, again, he said, there's too much hate and evil, and the guy, Charlie Kirk, spreads too much hate.
And that's why I did it.
Yeah, that is a clear admission. If you said that to a jury in court, like that would remove all reasonable doubt that this person is indeed the one that killed Charlie Kirk.
Sorry, it sounds like this part here might be, let's see. As Robinson implied, so this means this is probably hearsay, though, on this part, because it would be the parents saying what Tyler Robinson said.
Sure.
So I'm not sure, you know, you'd have to ask the parents, did he say this? And then, because you told us this, you know. They talked about Robinson turning himself in and convinced Robinson to speak with a family friend. I guess that's the sheriff or, you know, whatever that guy, detective. Who was retired deputy sheriff, it said. And then at Robinson's father's request, the family friend met with Robinson and his parents and convinced Robinson to turn himself in. The family friend spoke to police and reported telling Robinson that it would be best if he brought all the evidence with him to the sheriff's office to avoid police having to search his parents' home, which it wouldn't have stopped anything. The family friend also asked Robinson if he had any clothes that were related to what he did, and Robinson replied that he had disposed of the clothes in different areas. I wonder if they were able to retrieve any of that. Probably not, because he wouldn't have said once he got his attorney, you know. Police interviewed Robinson's roommate, a biological male, who was involved in a romantic relationship with Robinson. The roommate told police that the roommate received messages from Robinson about the shooting and provided those messages to police. On September 10th, 2025, the roommate received text messages from Robinson which said, "Drop what you're doing. Look under your keyboard." The roommate looked under the keyboard and found a note that stated, I had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk, and I'm going to take it, which is bad grammar. I had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk, and I'm going to take it. It should be, I have the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk, and I'm going to take it. Police found photographs, or he could have said, I had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk, and I did it. Police found photographs of this note. The following text exchange took place. So this is I always find this one interesting. Now, so Tyler Robinson said, I'm still okay, my love, but I'm stuck in Orem for a little while longer yet. Now, two different people out there have, I think it was like a friend of theirs and then an aunt or somebody, have both said this is exactly how he writes. This is what he sounds like. Okay.
How they talk. Yep.
Yeah. So it says, I'm still okay, my love, but I'm stuck in Orem for a little while longer yet. Shouldn't be long until I come home, but I got to grab my rifle still. To be honest, I had hoped to keep this secret till I died of old age. I'm sorry to involve you. And then the roommate, Twiggs, said, you weren't the one that did it, right? And then Tyler said, I am. I'm sorry. And then the roommate said, I thought they caught the person. Now this is where people think this is scripted and whatnot, and I guess it's possible that somebody tried to, but this is right here is where I feel like I can debunk that it was scripted. And this is it right here. Watch. Robinson said, no. I thought they caught the person. And Robinson said, no. They grabbed some crazy old dude. They interrogated someone in similar clothing. I had planned to grab my rifle from the drop point shortly after, but most of that side of town got locked down. It's quiet, almost enough to get out, but there's one vehicle lingering. So that was a lot of shit that he said right there, right? They're like three different sort of he's talking about this crazy old dude, his rifle, somebody lingering, right? And then the next one by Twiggs says, why? He says, why? And then Tyler says, he doesn't know what the why is for, right? Because the why, there's three things he just said. Mm-hmm. Could it be, why did they grab the crazy old dude? It has nothing to do with anything he just said. So he says, why did I do it? And then Twiggs says, yeah. Well, why was there confusion? If this was script, why is there that confusion little part in there? You think they sat there, ooh, hey, come up with this little thing where you say something and then I go, oh, I don't even know what you're saying. And then I'll put that part. That doesn't work like that, man. That was a legitimate, he was confused.
Yep.
You get it? I mean, it's true, right? I mean,
yeah, makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more. And like you said, his aunt or whoever she is, she's a member of Lance Twiggs' family. There's an interview with her and Brian Enton, I think is the way I can say it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Which is a really good interview. And then, the Turkey Tom videos. Folks, if you haven't watched the Turkey Tom videos, we played them both on our channel before. You need to go watch that. I think that gives you a lot of insight. That was a friend of theirs that did a whole interview, basically relayed a story to Turkey Tom that included a bunch of videos or pictures inside some pretty gross pictures inside the apartment. Gives you a lot of insight into what was going on between those two and the dynamic that they had with one another, as well as Lance Twiggs is just completely insane as well. But you would think, anyways, a lot of crazy stuff going on there with drug usage, illegal, basically black market hormone replacements. I mean, just the perfect recipe for something like this to take place.
Yeah.
Real quick to kind of hit on those things. One of the videos I do want to play, I shared this the other day, but I want to share this again. It does two things. Number one, we're going to actually listen to a short excerpt of Sheriff Brooksby's press conference, but I also want to highlight the disinformation that's going around. And what we're going to do is I'm going to actually play this interview. I actually went on Alex Jones with Valhalla. And I'll be honest with you, folks. I've been on Alex Jones. This was my 4th time. I've been on Alex Jones 3 different times.
Oh, yeah.
And I always had a great interaction with Alex. He seemed up front. And I was going into this thinking that we were going to have a good faith discussion. And I'll be honest with you, I was taken aback by what happened with all that. And that was not the intent at all. And I wasn't mentally prepared for what it was. And then also I thought we were going to have a much longer segment. So I wasn't going to fight every fight right there. I thought we were going to have more time to discuss these things. And I would be able to provide my counterpoints a little bit more diplomatically and later on. But then we just moved to like Iran, which I didn't even know we were going to be discussing. So it was a lot of weird things going on there. But I'm in the middle of making a video of this. But I want to show you this interview just to highlight the disinformation that we have going on with all of this. Let me just make sure this is actually up there. There we go. Good. And we're going to listen to the story that Nate relays. And then right after that, I'm going to play a short excerpt that addresses everything he says of the actual press conference of Sheriff Brooksby. So let's go back here. And I will make this much larger for you guys. Matter of fact, we'll just probably big screen this. Can you still see that, Gray? I'm not looking at the screen right now.
Well, yeah, I can see it. Just kind of what I would do is drag the left window pane of that window over to the left.
Here, we'll do this. Hold on.
Just drag it to the left and then go down on that one. There you go.
I was trying to make it big screen, but full screen rather. All right, so let's play this real quick.
According to Sheriff Nate Brooksby literally saying on film in a press conference, debunking Tyler Robinson's family from turning himself in and saying, out my Robinson's family from turning himself in and saying, out my personal friend.
Oh, let me fix this real quick. And this right here.
He said,
oops.
Recognized him from the picture. He's the one that contacted the family. He's the one that went over to Tyler Robinson's house and convinced Tyler Robinson to turn himself in. The sheriff said that. The same Sheriff Nate Brooksby, who was in charge of this whole thing.
All right. So what he just said was that the friend of the family recognized Tyler, recognized him. He went to the family. It's like, hey, you got to turn him in. And then it was the sheriff's friend, the investigators, who he actually was, a former investigator for the sheriff's office, turned him in. Right. So that's the narrative that he just put. And I'll be honest with you, I hadn't watched this interview in 6 months, folks. So I wasn't going to sit there and I was 98% sure that he was completely wrong. But again, he said this stuff with such confidence. I'm like, man, he might have just watched this just a few minutes ago, and I haven't seen this in 6 months. I don't think that's what happened, but I wasn't sure. And then when right after I got off that interview, I went and watched the press conference again, and I couldn't believe that he just outright lied about everything. Just outright lied about everything. And here's the worst part. I actually texted Nate, and I said, hey, man, you got this wrong, you got this wrong, you got this wrong. One of the things he said in there was that, he knew him from Boy Scouts. I was like, that wasn't correct. That wasn't correct. Like, none of the things that you said. And then he shot back a reply to my text. Oh, well, I guess I got the Boy Scout thing wrong. Like, no, man, you got all of the important things you got wrong, and you just put out disinformation. So here's what actually took place.
He said, hey, I know who Charlie Kirk shooter is. I know the family through religious association. Tyler's family trusted this individual. They knew he was involved in law enforcement at some point, and enough community involvement there that they trusted that they could go to this individual and he could contact me directly, and that we could facilitate a peaceful, calm, relaxed surrender. Tyler potentially having some suicidal ideations, was en route to a remote area of Washington County. The parents convinced him not to do that, and conveyed that they would stand by him and help him surrender peacefully.
All right, so the parents were with him the entire time. The parents drove with Tyler Robinson to the police station or to the sheriff's office to help him turn himself in. This was not anything to do with, this former investigator. All the sheriff did, who also wasn't a critical role in all this, the only thing he did was facilitate. They said as soon as Tyler Robinson got there with his family members, they sat in their conference room and just waited. They didn't ask him any questions or anything like that. So this is what we're dealing with, constant disinformation to confuse people. And it doesn't make sense to me. Well, the only thing that makes sense is either you're intentionally lying to people for disinformation reasons because you're some sort of bad faith actor that wants to confuse people and cause, undermine our own government. So you are basically a foreign malign actor is what I'm saying here. Or you're just a liar and you're grifting so that you can spin these narratives and make a bunch of money off of it because people find it very interesting.
See, I don't mind anybody making like income on YouTube and whatnot,
No.
but if you're lying in any genre, I don't give a shit what it is, and you're making an income, I think it's bullshit and I don't respect it or anything. Okay, I just think it's garbage. But if you're putting out truth, no matter where you are, hey, people want to support your channel, whatever, that's great. But when you're lying to people, and then those people actually do better. Have you noticed these guys? It looks like a freaking it looks like a bingo machine. It's just ding 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 ding. And they're putting out garbage, and they're just stoking this sort of weird like hate and conspiratorial. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! And they're just willing to just sit there and throw money the hell all over the place at these people. And like Candace Owens, I think she makes like at least 50,000 a week on her. I mean, she gets like 2 million views, right? That's a ridiculous amount of money.
It's been estimated she has made between 60 and 80 million dollars in the last 6 months.
It wouldn't shock me, actually, to be honest with you. I don't know if it's that high, but I mean, man, even if it's 2 million.
Well, between the views that she gets across multiple platforms, then
That's
she
true,
sells a gangbusters amount of merchandise. Then she has, memberships. Then she has super chats. And then she has her book club and other ways that people donate to her. And then she has advertising. Look, these advertisers are paying big money for every time that she has a spot for them on that show.
Isn't that amazing too? Like she does that. Just, oh, God.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
I mean, it's amazing to me that she just throws out all this garbage, and then right in the middle of it, does this ad about something. There's just something about that. It just drives me like whoa, this is crazy, But I guess it is what it is.
People want the sensational. They want the salacious. It's fun, it's exciting, it's interesting, and then on top, so it's like has all the elements of your normal reality TV, but there's another element that she's added that's makes people more invested in it, and that is they get to participate. They get to do their own research on this. They get to send in tips to her. They get to send in a super chat, and hopefully they read it. And they get to participate in the investigation. So now they're out there trying to dig up dirt on Erica Kirk for her. They're doing all the investigations for her while she just sits in front of a camera, never gets her lazy ass out of the studio and does anything. She doesn't have any people on that would actually go through and talk about this. We don't have lawyers or specialists or forensic analysts. She doesn't do anything. And it's amazing to watch. And it's disappointing that Americans will fall for this. But this is all the same reasons that Jerry Springer was the #1 TV show throughout the 90s. This is the exact same reason that Candace Owens is so popular today. And on top of that, I do think that she's being pushed by bots and foreign line. There's an entire foreign campaign going on that's pushing her. Russia, China, Iran, for sure.
I think it's scary what she's doing. It's like so many people believe it.
It really
is. Just, I don't know. It's kind of creeping me out. But you want to go through the rest of these, the conversation?
Yeah, absolutely. Real quick, I think we got a couple of super chats I'll hit real quick. Andrew Schiffman says, I saw your video responding to Joe Kent and agree with your comment on radicalization. Have you heard of cognitive warfare and information influence campaigns? If so, do you think this is a factor? Yes, I've heard of both. It could be. Look, it could be. We don't know, but I think kind of like Gray is saying here, there's so much information that we have at this point that says that Tyler Robinson is the shooter. Short of any additional evidence that comes out that would override all the other evidence that we have, we know that Tyler Robinson is the shooter. I am definitely open to saying, hey, was there more people involved? I'm sure Gray is too. Was he influenced by somebody? Did
I think
the
trans community,
community, or the queer gun owners or whatever of SLC, did they influence him or encourage him to do something or whatever? Like all that stuff, fine. Was he targeted and radicalized and weaponized online? All those things are possibilities. But that doesn't change the fact that he's guilty of what he's guilty of, because all the evidence points to that. And there could be other, look, for instance, he could have been meeting up and going shooting with some of these people that essentially, these different queer groups, there's the, like John Brown gun group, a gay gun group. All these people could have said, hey, Charlie Kirk is coming into town. It'd be real nice if somebody, did something to that guy. There could have been all of these things where he was encouraged or influenced by these other people, but I don't think you're going to get a conviction out of any of that. There may not even be enough actual evidence to lead to any sort of probable cause, much less them actually going to trial with any of this stuff. So while all of those other things are possibilities, and I think if we ever find evidence, and by the way, I do think the FBI has investigated those leads, and they may or may not have turned up anything else up. Like, we haven't got any information that anyone else has been charged in relation to this case. So I think that's where we're at with this. All those things are real possibilities, but there clearly isn't evidence that we're aware of, and I don't know that there's evidence the FBI or Utah has. So we're kind of where we're at with all that. But I do think that all those things are real possibilities. Stephanie, member for 12 months. Thank you very much. You are awesome. Text with the furry boyfriend when TR talked about engraving the bullets plus what he engraved. Can we look at whether those messages occurred before or after PD released what was engraved? Undeniable proof. Text with the furry boyfriend. Can we look at whether those messages occurred before or after the PD released what was engraved?
Well, it was, maybe that one where it said I remember that came out in the newspaper, like some of that stuff. But what difference does that make, I guess? Are you implying that if it came out in the media, therefore, then the investigators went, ooh, let's put that in there then? I just don't really, I guess what you're saying is maybe Twigs and those guys got the information and then threw it in there.
Well, we definitely, I don't think we actually knew any of that until what it was like September 16th when the charging documents were released, right? I believe that's right.
What's the date on this? I pretty much put this in the folder like the same day that they came out. Let's see what I got.
I think it was the 16th.
September 12th I have.
Okay.
That's what the date of this document. That's like 2 days later.
Yeah. So I think that's the first time that we heard about the engravings, to be honest with you. But we did get additional information from the court hearings where they found additional ammunition with the engravings on it. I think it's actually mentioned momentarily in the documents, but we get confirmation that they found additional ammunition with engravings and engraving equipment at the apartment as well. Super Sticker, thank you very much. If you haven't looked into cognitive warfare information influence, you should. Speaks to this and is real threat for our future. I have. I'm very aware of it. That's why I did an entire interview with Chase Hughes talking about this exact thing. And this information is not just available to like the United States. Like every country has been doing cognitive warfare, some sort version of, MK Ultra. Look, they have the stuff down pat. And that's one of the things. If you haven't watched my full interview with Chase Hughes, we go into depth about this. And how
no relation, thank you. No relation.
Yes, no relation. No relation to Grady.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe he's like a cousin that I'm not aware of. But
maybe. Sorry for the second super chat and spam. No spam at all, buddy. We appreciate it. Gifted one Gray Hughes Investigates membership.
Wild Bill Wassman. He's a bass fisherman.
Awesome.
So, well, you can see it in the picture there. Look at those. Those are big.
I see what he did there. See, that's what these fishermen do. They hold the
right next to the camera. Yeah, like a 2-incher looks like a 9. A 2-incher looks like a 9-pounder.
Like, look how small I am compared to the 40-inch fish.
Yeah, like if he was standing right next to him and that was really the size of the fish, those would each be 30-pounders. Right, Wild Bill? They do that a lot. They always hold it up like that, right towards the camera, way out.
Exactly. Make sure they know how to manipulate perspective.
But those are like 4 or 5 pounders. Yeah.
Some sardines.
Now, can I go back to finish the conversation, or you got something else?
Nope. Go ahead.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they're gonna want it on the screen again.
You're such a diva. So demanding.
They always do that. No, it's like they yell at me on the Gray. I can't see it. I can't see it. Well, I'm reading it to you, for God's sakes. Listen to it. Yeah, but they want to read along, I guess.
No, that's
so then it says, Robinson says, why did I do it? This is that confusion part that proves to me that's real. And then he says, yeah, I wanted to know why you did it. And he said, I have had enough of his hatred, almost exactly what he had told family. Some hate can't be negotiated out. If I'm able to grab my rifle unseen, I will have left no evidence. Going to attempt to retrieve it again. Hopefully they have moved on. I haven't seen anything about them finding it. How long have you been planning this? A bit over a week, I believe. I can't get close to it, but there is a squad car parked right by it. And we heard in the news sort of somewhat, not recently, but like a few months back, how one of the officers, actually, he remembers him approaching him and talking to him. And I wonder if that's on body camera. Man, that would be so damning for Candace Owens, who's the one who actually proved that Tyler Robinson was in Orem that same evening by showing her famous Burger King photograph. She wishes she could take that back.
Dairy Queen.
Or Dairy Queen, whatever. Yeah, she probably wishes she could take that back. Mm-hmm. That's right. I actually went into the Dairy Queen, and the lady, she got pissed at me because I had my 360-degree camera. Says Robinson, I'm wishing I had circled back and grabbed it as soon as I got to my vehicle. I'm worried what my old man would do if I didn't bring back Grandpa's rifle. And then every time you see ... there's there's other text messages. I don't know if he had a serial number, but it wouldn't trace to me. Now, that might have been Twig saying, so you look at right here, it says, I'm worried what my old man would do if I didn't bring back Grandpa's rifle. Then Twiggs probably said, did it have a serial number on it? And then he responds, I don't know if it had a serial number, but it wouldn't trace back to me. That's what I'm just guessing. I worry about prints. I had to leave it in the bush where I changed outfits. Didn't have the ability or time to bring it with. And then ... I might have to abandon it and hope they don't find prints. How the F will I explain it? Explain losing it to my old man. Only thing I have left was the rifle. The only thing I left was the rifle wrapped in a towel. ... Remember how I was engraving bullets? I mean, he literally talks about the effing messages are mostly a big meme. If I see notices bulge UWU on Fox News, I might have a stroke. All right, I'm going to have to leave it. That really sucks. So notices bulge UWU, if you scroll back up here, is what it says on the first bullet. So that's why he's mentioning that particular one. And then we go back down here, and
the other thing that strikes me about this, Gray, is a couple things. Number one, he thinks he didn't leave any evidence, so he clearly doesn't even think about DNA evidence, among other things. So, first of all, this idea that he's just some brilliant, genius kid, I think he might be book smart, but he's clearly not that smart. Number two, like the sociopathic nature of this conversation. It's like he left his wallet at the grocery store or something. Like how disconnected he is from the reality of his actions. To me, just seems really, really weird. That's all I had to say.
Yeah. Let's see. Let's see. It says, judging from today, I'd say Grandpa's gun does just fine. I mean, that's kind of a disturbing, right? He's like literally like, wow, look how great my almost blew his head off. It's like, I mean, it's just ridiculous. I think that's
concept of what he actually just did. I mean, in that,
right.
like, it seems like we're dealing with a homicidal sociopath. I mean, that's who we're dealing with. And even looking at him, that's one of the things that really struck me when we watch him in the courtroom. Is like he has no emotion about what he actually did. I think he's proud of this as an accomplishment, and clearly that's how this entire conversation comes across as well.
Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, he's just matter-of-factly talking about stuff. Delete, and then he says, delete this exchange. Now, writer, it says, my dad wants photos of the rifle. He says Grandpa wants to know who has what. Now, if you scroll back up here, Robinson's father reported that when his wife showed up, he said all that stuff, and then he said, however, Robinson's father's, I think it's up here, let's see, rifle that police suspected the shooter used matched a rifle that was given to his son as a gift. As a result, Robinson's father contacted his son and asked him to send the photo of the rifle. Robinson did not respond. Then you go back down here, where he literally says, my dad wants photos of the rifle. I mean, look how perfect that is. He says Grandpa wants to know who has what. The feds released a photo of the rifle, and it is very unique. He's calling me right now, and he's not going to answer. And then, since Trump got into office, my dad has been pretty diehard MAGA. I'm going to turn myself in willingly. One of my neighbors here is a deputy for the sheriff. So that was probably that guy. You are all I worry about, love, Robinson said. And then Twigg said, I'm much more worried about you. And then Robinson said, don't talk to the media, please. Don't take any interviews or make any comments. If any police ask you questions, ask for a lawyer and stay silent.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, we're getting pushback from Wild Bill. So he's actually like a professional bass fisherman. So he does
your chops, Wild Bill. Don't worry.
I know. He does pretty well. Like he plays pretty high in a tournament just the other day.
Big bass. I can tell that from the picture, buddy.
Good time of year to go right now. Go bass fishing. It's springtime. But anyways, we got the it's right there. It's weird how it kind of marries up with what even the dad said. The dad said something about hey, I tried to call him about the gun, and then he says, hey, my dad's trying to get a picture of the gun, I mean, it's incredible. Like, if you marry those things up in the courtroom, it's just game over,
Yeah.
And then I guess the rest of it there's nothing in there. But what did you make of the text exchange? I mean, there's way more to it. There's ... all over the place.
Yeah, so there's all the ellipses. They were just, and this is one of the things that Andrea Burkhart, when I interviewed her, she's a defense attorney, and she talked about, the reason there's no timestamps, she's like, there's nothing weird about these charging documents. This is what they would normally see. All they do is take the relevant excerpts and they put it into these charging documents so the judge can go over and see what the evidence that they have. And then, of course, at the evidentiary hearing, they're going to go through that and make sure that everything matches up. And they're going to have to present this evidence. It also gives the defense the time to go through all the evidence that's listed in the charging documents, and then they can, contest any of the evidence they're using to present charges to begin with. And so far, outside of them filing a motion to not even throw out, but say that the ballistics testing is exculpatory evidence, which they can present that to the jury, that's fine. I mean, they're not really, I haven't seen them challenge any of the evidence that we know about.
No, there's been nothing. They haven't done anything. They're going to try to. The whole bullet thing is a joke that they're going to, I bet you they can, the metal's probably the same as the other ones, but maybe it's not. Maybe it's possible to use the same type of, one fragmented bullet and one that we were talking about that a long time ago. There's some that break apart really easily.
Yeah.
right? Intentionally. That's what they're
Yeah.
for.
Well, there's a lot of different types. So there's what's actually called frangible, which is basically it's powdered metal that they can press. It goes through a sintering process, so that essentially it kind of bonds or welds slightly because of the pressure and the heat that it's put under, and that's what you're going to use for actually shooting steel, where it actually just kind of turns into powder. But a lot of these ballistic tip rounds, a lot of varmint rounds, there's a lot of different rounds that are designed to fragment immediately upon impact. And then on top of that, you have like full metal jacket rounds. If they hit bone, a lot of these rounds that aren't designed to fragment, if they hit bone, they're going to fragment. Especially if, like one of the things that we've talked about, if that round is not gyroscopically stabilized and we have extreme yaw, it is going to hit bone at a acute angle, and then it is going to fragment, and it's much less likely that we're going to have an exit wound. So there's 1,000 different explanations, plausible explanations of what we see with the terminal ballistic effects of what happened with Charlie Kirk. They've been reproduced before in many other real world incidences. So this isn't crazy. It's slightly unusual, but again, we don't know anything about the rifle itself. It could have what's called a shot out barrel, so it's not stabilized in the rounds because the rifling is worn or the throat is worn. Could be rounds that are too heavy for the rate of twist. There's a lot of things going on there. So
that's so interesting. That's a lot. My original theory was that it was like tumbling and yawing, but I'm not a gun expert, but it just it sort of looked like that, and there would be a lot more impact too, like on the surface, right? Because the energy, if it was like really spiraling perfectly, it would just go in, and then really, if it hit a bone, it's who knows what it would do. But the thing is it looked like there's just this massive shock wave on his throat area because there's much more dispersed energy when it's yawing, right? When it slaps instead of penetrates.
Yeah. So if it's an extreme yaw, and then it hits his spine, and we see even from the side pictures and the side videos that we see Charlie, like the deformation that takes place on the back of his body is insane. It's quite extreme. And I think that's ultimately what caused the necklace and the shirt to behave the way that it did. It hit the back of his vertebrae that necklace was resting on. It accelerated the back of that so fast that it yanked up the pendant on the cross pendant on his necklace and made the shirt come up almost to his left ear. So it's just like a Newton's cradle effect. It just slammed into that, moved that piece of necklace, the back of the necklace. It accelerated very quickly. It comes up, the necklace snaps. We see the piece of that necklace go wrap all the way around the side of his head, and then the free running in falls down. Like there's video of all that stuff. So
like a tremendous amount of energy, just like bang, and then it kind of stops quickly too, right? But see, the thing is, we both have explained this a million times. If you had a camera that was filming at like 3,000 frames a second, you'd have this picture of the bullet. Let's just say it's tumbling. You'll show it coming in, hit the. You'll see it just go into the neck first. Then his shirt, all this stuff's going to go on with his shirt coming up and everything. Yeah. That's what you're going to see. It'd be real, like in slow motion, and then you see this wave happen in the neck, etc. But all you see is it's 30 frames a second. You're not even going to catch it. Like it would have been a miracle if one of the cameras happened to catch it right as the bullet's entering, and that was like a frame. There might be one that's close. There's one that's
actually
close.
Had AI do the calculation. And if that round was moving at 2,200 feet per second and you're shooting at 30 frames per second, you're missing 94.8% of the actual actions taking place. So between the body movements and everything else, well over 95% or close to 95% of what's happening, that's all in between frames. So, a lot going on. We have a very high speed energetic event that's taking place, and you're trying to capture it, and you're trying, captured on a 30 frame per second video, and then you're trying to interpret what's happening while you're missing over 90% of what actually occurred. So, you know, there's a lot of room for error, and there's a lot of room for speculation between there. Lucas, thank you very much, buddy. We always appreciate you. I enjoyed talking to you yesterday. I thought for some time now, Gary, that possible throat erosion combined with a shot-out barrel definitely could cause extreme yaw. Absolutely, it could. We have no idea what the condition of that rifle is. And this is the other thing. It's like when people go out and do these backyard ballistic hillbilly tests, they're not including a single one of the variables that actually, like, they're not reproducing this at all. They're not using the gun that he used. We have no idea what the condition of that rifle was. They're not using the ammunition. We don't know a single element or variable of that ammunition. And to get out there and then to attempt to redo this when you're not using the rifle, you're not using the ammunition, you're not shooting at the distance, you're not shooting at the angle, and you're not shooting at anything that replicates Charlie Kirk, and then you get done and like, yep, well, this is conclusive. This is what happened, guys, or didn't happen. They definitely didn't shoot him with 30-06. It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Like, for people to even state that with a straight face just tells me how ignorant you actually are.
Now, remember, we looked it up on, like right away, what would cause yawing and everything. And one of the first ones was that a rifle, like if it's a little older and the the barrel, I guess, what do you call it? The inside, it's not going to create dry.
Yeah. So what happens is you have what's called lands and grooves. That's the spiral that we see in a barrel. And there's different twist rates. There's 1 in 10, 1 in 12, 1 in 6, whatever, it doesn't really matter. Depending on the caliber for it, they're going to have different twist rates depending on the type of the weight of the round. And we also get into form factor and ballistic coefficients of the round. But regardless, so after a while, those lands and grooves start to wear down. The other thing that can happen, you can actually get a rifle so dirty with enough copper fouling that actually fills up the grooves where it's no longer, the bullet is no longer able to bite into the rifling itself, and then we get a lot less stabilization. We also, after a while, a rifle, you'll start to shoot the throat out, and basically what happens is the throat is so big that when the round starts to move forward, because it's now been ignited, it actually rattles around in there, and that's one of the biggest, when we shoot a gun out, that's actually what takes place. And just the year before last, matter of fact, you guys can't see it, but I have a AR-15 upper that's back here. That rifle, I had about 40,000 rounds through that, and I was actually loaning it to one of our students at a carbine course. We zeroed that rifle at 36 yards, and that thing grouped perfectly. And then he gets up to the 5-yard line. We're doing close engagement, just shooting at 5 yards, ready up drills, and suddenly the rounds were keyholing at 5 yards. It went from shooting lights out, perfect groups, to all of a sudden not. Now, not all rifles do that. Sometimes you'll have accuracy or precision degradation over time. Some will just go like that, and that rifle did. So, a lot of things, there's just so many unknowns, and there's so many variables when it comes to firearms.
Yeah, one of the ones I was reading about was you could have the rifling can be perfect, but the ammunition you're using doesn't work with that rifling, so you can get the same gyroscopic issues with that.
Yeah, so typically the heavier bullets that you use, you need a tighter twist rate because you need more stabilization, you need more spin essentially,
right,
to actually stabilize a heavier round. So for instance, with a 308 or even a 30-06, one of the older twist rates was 1 in 12. Well, people that are trying to shoot 168 or 175 grain bullets, shooting 1 in 12, a lot of times it won't stabilize. It's just not spinning fast enough. So you need to go to a 1 in 10. So chances are that rifle could have been a 1 in 14, 1 in 16, or possibly 1 in 12, and then he threw in a 180 grain bullet. That could absolutely cause that. But there's 500 other things that could have caused that round to do what it did as well.
Yeah. So, I mean, there's a lot of ways that it could have done what it did, and you know, was it a frangible bullet? Did it yaw? Maybe it was a little bit of both. I mean, who the hell knows?
Another thing that would have caused extreme yaw and a lack of stabilization is if he actually did any engraving on the projectile itself. Now, as far as everything that we know, he did it on the casing because we know that we had some sort of engraving taking place on the fired cartridge, so that would indicate that we have engraving on the actual brass casing. But if he decided to do any engraving on the bullet itself, that would throw the center of gravity of that bullet way off, and you would not stabilize, and that thing would be yawing extremely from the muzzle going forward. So that could cause that too.
Yeah. So I guess where we're at right now is like that was the information that was in the written, you know, the notes back and forth, and I do have some other little clips in that 360 if you want to take a look at them. They're pretty interesting. Let's see. Oh yeah, there was. I guess what I was going to show you too was in the Charlie Kirk, the Bartholomew video. Hold on, let me show you that. That was something I was going to show. So we have the. I really worked with Bartholomew. He always had this certain time frame, and I go, I need to know like more details. So remember when he originally put out that it was at 12:04 when the video started. I got to put my screen on there. You can't see it. I got a screenshot.
I was also pulling up. There's just something else I want to address. Let's see. Here we go. Boom. There we go.
Yeah. So see up above, that was what he was always telling people, but I had him dig deeper in, and the original start, it was at 12:04:20. Okay, so then there's actually this first part of the video is blank, and 12:04:20, and then, let's see, I think it was like right, and then right over here it's 12:04:20, 12:04:20, and then 27 frames actually is what that is. So I think there was this little portion at the beginning where it's dark, and then let's see, how was I doing that? It was right. So there's an offset on the video too. So see how this is
audio. It looks like he was recording audio separately, and then he started his audio before the video. That's what.
Yeah. So I have it where, well, it's, you know, I don't know. He sent a video, but it's offset. You know. Yeah. So because the voices were off, so I put a time code on the screen. That makes it go. I took a count of these frames here, and then right now it's 12:04:20, and you know, almost a second and something later is when the video started. So I'm assuming the audio is when the very first moment of the recording, unless, like you said, but I think it really is just a video.
You're saying the audio was out of sync, which is
right, normal. Exactly. So I went way over here, and so after putting the time in there, I went all the way. You know, we've seen this a million times. Right around this time when this guy's talking here, and then I don't know if you can hear the audio. Can you hear this at all if I play it? Can you hear that?
No.
Okay, so how about now? Hold on a second. Let me do it again.
Condone Hamas either.
Yeah.
We don't think that's all right. We're not supporting terrorism.
Say that one more time real quick.
We also don't condone Hamas. We think the genocide is wrong on both
quick.
sides. We're just saying that we're not advocating Israel is the one that's doing the most.
Ray?
We're pro-Jewish people and pro-Palestine.
Huh?
So first of all, let's point out. And now while this is playing, I have an echo in my ear, but I'll deal with it. Will you point out where the Tyler Robinson location is in relation to people know where he is?
Yeah, right up here where my mouse is. He's back there. As a matter of fact, I think right there-ish, but I've looked a million times. You can't see him. He's just out of view. It's crazy.
So I just want people to realize that when the gun goes off, I want everybody to look and see what direction these people are looking at.
Mm-hmm. So there's the time right here. So let's just play it. Here we go.
It's just there's just so much. Before we had a flag and we had it, so it was positioned above the tent, so it would be in the camera.
See how I got him to, like, right when you hear the, and then right after that I have him wince, because that's how it would be If you watch the original version, it's off by a mile. But
yeah.
And now watches even what he's saying matches. This guy right here, watch.
So much. Before we had a flag and we had it, so it's positioned above the tent, so it would be in the camera. And made us move.
See the move, perfectly lined up. So that means if we just stop it, let's stop it right on the bullet sound.
The flag and we had it, so it's positioned above the tent, so it would be in the camera.
Yeah, so like right there, it's 12:23:29. It might have been just prior to that, 12:23 and 28 seconds. All right, so now we're back to not echoing anymore. All right, but so that's the time frame that I have it. 12:23:29, which seems to match. One document said 12:23:30 in it. So
Pretty close.
Yeah.
Will you play the last few seconds of that with the audio? I just want people to kind of look at what's going on with these guys.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate you guys coming out here.
We appreciate you. Love
Are
you
you gonna
too.
go down and see the get closer? Or are they like restricting you guys
coming
up
up.
here or what?
Nah, it's too crowded.
It's just there's just so much.
Before we had a flag and we had it, so it's positioned above the tent, so it would be in the camera. And made us move.
What was that?
He just got shot! Holy shit! Holy shit!
I think a lot of people in this one are kind of looking to see if Charlie got shot, you know.
Yeah.
But what's interesting, if you go back and you just kind of like right here, you're looking at them, and then what I was doing before was man, that's weird. He must have moved in on him a little bit. Let's see. Yeah. So see in the background how this bush right there, or tree, I guess, and then the mountain range. So I have these other shots in here. Let's see if I can find one. It was shooting perspective. Oh, wait, no, it's called Bartholomew. There we go. So right here, if we open up the Bartholomew, this is where, you know, it was up on this area. So watch how this works. It's pretty interesting. I say this is the kind of stuff I love to do here. So you can see this tree over there. When we got there, it was already getting kind of fall. But you'll see here in a minute, see that when it starts lining up with the tree exactly the same, it's coming up, it's about like right in, like I think in this general area here. Let me go back to that again.
They're right there by those planter boxes too.
Yeah, and see that tree's right there. So I think it's just like right in this area, right here. They're standing about right there, and then Charlie Kirk's around the corner. So that's pretty much the angle. And, you know, interestingly, from when I have it, I think that's the corner of the building right there. I think. So if we go back, let's go backwards a little bit. Yeah, so you can see it. It's just, it's such bad luck on a lot of little these shots in here. It's almost unbelievable. Just like right there, you can see up there. Right there, you know, I think right up here is the corner of that building. And then as I'm walking, once I get over to the Bartholomew, it's kind of out of sync now, except my camera's higher than his was.
Right.
So his was a little bit lower. So you should have been able, you could probably see Tyler get up right there and start running, except his camera was lower. You know, that's the problem. I mean, it would have been able to see him. I kept looking over and over. I played it really slow to see if you could see like a head popping up. Like if we go to let's go to the, well, not on that one, but let's go to this video. So right up there, see, like right up in that area is where this should have been. And let's see, I'm not sure where, let's see what time it is. Yeah, I got about, move it forward a little bit right there. Now we're really close. So it should be right up in there, and then you'll see him go bing up, and then right up in there, you hope that you could see like his head pop up and start moving. And then maybe even right over there, I guess. Let's see. And actually, I think if, God, man, it's just brutal. You know, it could be right in there. You just can't. I just tried it a million times and I can't see him. You know.
Ray, do you have the Hall of Flags video?
Yeah, I do have that one.
If you don't, I do. But that'd be interesting to watch. We can kind of see from inside the Hall of Flags where he moves from.
Let's see. Oh, it's way over there. Jeez, what's going on? That's crazy. I'm not sure, like why it's way over there. I can't even move. You see that?
If you
weird.
Manipulate the
oh, there you go. There you go.
Top left. There you go.
I just kind of scrolled down. I'm not sure where that thing was that moved it over. It was weird. All right, so we got that, and then I think it's somewhere. I have all this surveillance right in here. Yeah, that one's really interesting too. We went to that spot.
Yep.
Okay, right here. So this one I stabilized too. Watch. See that?
Yep.
Each frame, so you can see him up there, and see that he's even got the elongated towel thing behind him there. See that? And there he goes.
And he's like where we first see him in that standing position. That's like almost exactly. That's like if not where he was laying in the prone,
yeah,
or just like a foot or two away from where he was laying in the prone.
I wonder if that's like right when he got up.
Because
wasn't he kind of crawling down? He was kind of crawling. Yeah.
See, I always thought this picture was when he was moving in position, but I don't have a time frame of when this video was taken. Was
because they made it seem like we don't have that, but they made it seem like he was just kind of crawling, on the ground, kind of scooting over. So you wouldn't think you'd be up high like that.
The only thing I thought of with this, it looks like he's on his knees. He may have laid the gun down and then got on his knees. I don't know. It's speculative at best.
Yeah, because he isn't too far from the edge. So if he is on his knees, that would kind of make sense.
Yeah. I don't think he's.
So we have that. Man, what a crazy video that one was, man. Too bad there isn't more like that. Man, this is the one where a car pulls into there later.
Did they ever confirm that was his car? I know it's a gray Challenger.
Well, I think I don't know if anybody ever confirmed anything. Makes sense, timing-wise, and everything. It's just, and it's kind of in between going to Dairy Queen almost. So that this is some of the footage that I got from that guy there. So we have the Challenger. So I'm going backwards. So let's just play it.
Well, tell that story real quick because that's really interesting, Gray. So just so you guys know, this footage that you're seeing here, you haven't seen anywhere else. This is Gray's exclusive footage that he got from the homeowner here. He just walked up to him, was talking to him, built some rapport with him, and then went inside and robbed him of all of his CCT footage. But the guy just gave him that footage that I don't even know that he gave that footage to any law enforcement or anything. Did he, Gray?
I don't think so. It was just like TMZ just kind of came by and they go, ooh, and they just put out, that's what I hate about these people, man. They just put out this, they didn't care about trying to get all of it. They just quickly wanted to get something and put it out and just be like, ooh, look at we got the first one. And then they move on to something else.
Yeah.
Just like when they put out the first team, when he's running behind the building, give us the whole freaking thing so we can look at it as him running behind. Not when I say building, it's that house. You remember the first thing that they put out? I want to see that, not the version that they want us to see. Hey, thanks, Phyllis and Cheryl Bullock. All right, so here we go. So here's the Dodge Challenger. And that guy was really cool. I just knocked on his door and he goes, oh, you want to come in and see? I was like, shit, yeah. And not only that, the guy, I didn't have a storage device. I mean, who the hell walks around with a thumb drive? And he goes, hey, I'll give you one. So he gave me all the shit on a thumb drive of his. It was pretty cool. So there it goes, drives by. And then all these different...
It's amazing the information that you can get if you actually go to the location and do some work as opposed to just sitting in your studio in front of a camera, right?
Yeah, and just asking a question. It's sort of like if you don't play the lottery, you have no chance of winning.
Well, and I was shocked. Like the day that we were there, I ran into 4 eyewitnesses, including one that I did interview with. But I talked to 4 different people that were there at the Charlie Kirk event just while we were walking around, which was,
Yeah, it was weird too, because like I think you were almost kind of more focused in on that element when you were there, just running, talking to different people, and
Yep.
I was just trying to do my what I do, the 360. It was a pretty good combination, you know, like, so he just drove by, but he didn't take a right there. So what's interesting about that is if we go over to that location, that's the house right there. And so when it drove by, that camera would have picked it up as it went this way, but it didn't. And it went this direction. And by the way, I actually think that this spot where this car is parked right there might be the spot that he parked when he did the dry run. And then after this is just by looking around. After the dry run, he drove from here down this street and then parked right there, which is another incredible spot. There's a fence on this side, no view of anything that he's doing. You open up the car door, then he changed into his pants and everything with the gun, and then he walks down the street, and it's a lot closer to that spot where you walk down the street right here and then take that left, and then here's where, later you see him running that way, but he just walks like that, then down and into the tunnel, around, up to the front, up the stairs, up onto the roof, and then right over to here, where at 12:23, 28, or 29, he fires just like this, boom, sends a shot over there, hits Charlie Kirk, then he runs off the roof after that shot, runs off this direction, comes down, jumps off, hits the ground, runs over here, goes into the woods, takes his pants off, and he couldn't actually put the rifle back together and put it in his pants because he left the screwdriver up on the roof. Right. And then he goes down there, and then he makes his way over here. Now I actually have, if you want to look at these, some video of like right over in this area. All right, I think this is what's the name of this place? The ROTC building, I think.
Yep.
Is this one. And then we walked around over here, but I have some video in here, and I think it's pretty interesting compared to where he went in there. All this stuff here is not there anymore. It's just a driveway, and that construction was done. As a matter of fact, if you go to Google Earth and more recent time in June, see all the construction going on. This is just 3 months prior to the shooting right here. But this here was even gone when we were there. That was not there. That doesn't have the 3D model though. Let's see. So you want to see that?
Yeah.
Because I thought there's a couple different ones. So let me show you. So there's that one. Wooded. Okay, there's a wooded area. Interesting. And then let's try that one. Yeah, so this is a spot. That looked like a swimming pool there. So I was just kind of wondering when, you look at this. That's that part that was blue that we just were looking at. So we're now walking. Let's see. Right up here, I guess. Like that isn't even there, but there's this path right there, if you can see it, that they've now built. So we're kind of walking up in there. And I was wondering if that's how he came down. Maybe he snuck up there. Because maybe he ran into a construction worker or something. Hold on, let me go back. So I'm walking up there. And I'm kind of wondering, if he had come down that way after going up through the woods. After I make my stupid face. Yeah. So there's that one. But then I think the one that's probably the more interesting one is, there it is. This one shows actually where he went from the ROTC building. All right, so let's just show that really quick. This one is right here in this parking lot. So somehow he made his way from over here somewhere and then made his way down to likely this path right here. And it's kind of cool because see how you can see this little shed right there?
Yep.
I actually walk right in, you can see it. That's how great Google Earth is sometimes. But we'll just start here. So I'm walking, and this is where you end up behind the house. All right, just responding to somebody. So this is what it looks like, and right there's that little shed area coming up to it. And so he was walking back here when he left. And let me just move it forward here. Okay, there it is. So there's that thing that I was just looking at on Google Earth right there. See that? Isn't that weird? I mean, I don't know. I always like that kind of stuff. It's like,
no, that's cool.
And so now what we're looking at then, if you take a look at this, is I just passed that area. And I didn't actually realize how far I'd gone. But I make it to right there. That's right almost where you see Tyler Robinson running through off of this camera right here through the woods right there. So here I am. I'm walking. And if I'd walked another 20 feet, that same camera would have filmed me coming out of here. So this is where he went. He was right back here on this path. So doesn't that again just make you think that he'd been there? Like all these little things like this. I mean, yeah, I didn't want somebody to see me. It's not, I think this is private property, maybe. I don't know. I mean, it could be related to the ROTC, but I did make it to the end of that. So basically on the map, I am standing about right here, right in that spot. And so if I had just walked a little bit further, I could have walked around here and then came out right where Tyler Robinson did, and then he went this way. Now, don't you think that it's almost like certain that that same camera across the street over here picked him up when he was leaving? You remember the one where when he's walking in, he's walking?
Yeah.
And it's that kind of that, it's not a common footage, but I think I have it right in here somewhere. Hold on a second. This one. This shot right here, when he's coming in before the shooting. He's got the backpack on. He's got the limp, the jeans and everything. And then he continues that direction. So I think that same camera probably picks him up when he's leaving because he's going that same direction. And I think that's why the theory that I'm coming up with is for the parking area makes sense. That he was right there-ish. I mean, we don't know. I'm just throwing it out there. But he's right there, comes around, and then he goes in and does the killing. Then when he leaves, he runs this way. And then you would think then he's going to go head back to where his car is because he walked this way coming in. So wouldn't he therefore have to be coming out that way? And then, wherever his car was is where his car was. Yeah. So anyway, that's all I got on that.
So when we first see him on camera, what time is that? It's like 10 something.
I think it's 10. Well, we see the vehicle at 8 something in the morning, and then it's interesting because when you see him walking on that guy's house that I went to,
right?
hey, thanks, Carl. Wow, he just gave me 50 channel memberships. That was pretty nice.
Wow,
it was very nice. Well, thank you, Carl. I had to jump in there and say thanks. That was great. So take a look. Let's take a look at this. This is what I found interesting because this is where one of the times where I literally did something that other people, I don't know if they can do it because I have this program that I spend each year. I pay $1,700 for 3D Studio Max.
Wow.
And so when you look at this footage right here, we didn't show this one earlier, but let's do. There he is right there. Okay, so let's just rewind it. Go to this camera, start it right there. So this is Tyler in the morning, but look what time it is. It's 9:57, right? We see it. So he's walking here, and then there was no connection people made to the TMZ footage. So then he makes it around, and then he continues on to this camera shot right here. And by the way, those literally are his legs. They're just white as hell. And then see that skin tone, and now they're just blow out the camera almost.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, his legs are, I don't think they've seen the sun. But like he goes over here, look, and then he literally, you can see him walking all the way. I'm going to speed it up. He goes all the way down and then to right there. Now that house right there, if you go up to, so it's not really that far away. So it's right here. He walks, and then this house right here is when he turns and he's far enough away where you can't see him anymore. He's turned too much. So you actually catch him all the way to there. And so when I was looking at that, I was like, oh, wow. And we know later that there's video of Tyler walking this direction. So I thought, man, that must be exactly what he did again. So he went around like this, walked this way, and then he turned, and then he was right here. But, Candace Owens said that the video of him wearing the maroon shirt here was 8 in the morning, 8 something. And I go, let me go try to prove this. So I took 3D Studio Max, and I took an overhead shot of Google Earth, and made sure it was zeroed out and everything. And then I brought it into 3D Studio Max, put the daylight system in there, and then put the time frame of 8 in the morning, and the shadow did not work at all to the shadow that you see in the video. So then I assumed well, let me look at that one video that starts at 8, at 10:57 or 9:57, and then put it around that time frame, and boom, it was just absolutely perfect. So I walked it. Takes 10 minutes to walk from where the video was taken to this location. So I put that it's probably around like 10:10 or 10:08 in the morning, something like that. Because remember, I think Candace said 8:08, but it's actually 10:08 in the morning. And so that's just a continuation of the walk. So for example, you see him walking right here at 9:57, right? Blue backpack, shoes and everything. And then we move, let's just move it forward. I got to pan out. And I think it's back a little bit. This one right here. So that's just a continuation of that. There's no time on this one, but see that? Right. There he is. Well, and this shadow matched.
Shadows.
Exactly.
That it was 10 minutes later.
Yeah, it was like 10:10 instead of 8 something. Because Candace kept telling everybody this video here was 8 in the morning. And it wasn't. It was 10:10. So it was just a continuation of what I believe was his dry run. And as a matter of fact, watch him over here. See how he's walking? And he does, see how he's a little bit farther away, and then he ends up turning and getting closer right around in here. He starts heading over to the right, and see that? Boom, he's going into the grass there. So they have him. I guarantee you they have him on that same 360-degree camera going in with the maroon shirt on. I don't know 100%, but I'm like 99% sure that they have him going through the same tunnel with the maroon shirt. I think he did a dry run at 10 in the morning, and then I think he went right back, and not too long after that is when he set in motion the final one. So, what do you think about that?
That's the thing, is like between the evidence that we have, the information that we have, the video that we have, like we have his entire his footsteps everywhere he was almost all the time. So like, and on top of that, and somebody just mentioned this, Dr. Altoids, he actually brought this up just a second ago. I forgot where it was, but basically between the information that the prosecution has, like, this guy's cooked. They're going to be able to put all of this together.
Oh,
this is the stuff that we have, and we can pretty much track his entire route and account for every step that he has almost. They're going to have more information. They're probably going to have more surveillance footage tracking him.
And look at this right here. You've seen this one, right?
Yes.
I totally agree with you. Yeah, on that, what you just said. But look at this right here. This is when Tyler Robinson was pulled over by the cops. Nobody disputes that that's Tyler Robinson when he got pulled over by the cops. Unless this is like a 2-year plan, everybody. They had the fake guy get pulled over by the cops years ago. Anyways, you see that and you see that one, right? And then you see this one. This is when he's in the tunnel, and then this one, right? But then again, look how weird this is. This is when he got pulled over by the cops. See his left ear right there? It's nice and curved. But then you go over there, that same left ear has a little bit of a squared offness to it. And yet it is him, right? Like this here, this is him. It could be that I'm not sure if I flipped that one around or not, but let's just say it's funny how people find something like that and therefore it means something, but you're not even looking at something at the same angle, right? So you see stuff like this, like, okay, look at his ear. It's got something something over there. And, I guess, maybe this one, if I flipped it around, that would be his right ear. But here's a picture of that same right ear. And, that ear has that look to it. But everybody makes that into this huge thing that it's not him. And yet his parents said, oh, yeah, that's our kid. Yeah.
Yeah.
And you just look at that, just in general, it looks consistently like the same person. I mean, this guy right here did not magically change, and this guy's a different person than this one. All right, he's got the Eagles shirt on. He wears the same type of glasses, the kind of big, shiny glasses,
Yep.
I don't know. It's just the little things. And look at, he's wearing, on this one, he's got the Chuck Taylors on. I'm sure there's probably pictures of him wearing Chuck Taylors shoes and other places.
There's a picture of him in his room with those exact shoes.
Yeah, is that the one where he's got the maroon shirt on?
Yeah.
Let me see if I can. I think I have that somewhere. A lot of these were early on, right? Like the. Oh yeah, we haven't seen this one in a while. When was the last time you saw this one? Either he loves maroon shirts or that's the same damn one. Okay. Jesus. Anyways, I just saw that randomly. Let me see if I can find that picture. I've got a bunch of stills here. Those are just the stills that they released, though. Do you happen to have that one in his room? I know I have.
Hold on, let me look in my. I got a whole bunch of freaking pictures, Charlie Kirk footage. I bet we can look that up real quick.
I got it.
You got it?
Yeah, right here. This one? Oh, yeah, there he is. Chuck Taylor's. Probably the same damn pair of shoes. Look down below.
Yep.
See that? Boom. And then down here.
Same maroon shirt?
Yeah, maroon shirt. It could be a different, like maybe he likes maroon,
Sure.
But when they found him, this is basically what he was wearing when the cops found him. And we have that one video also of him at the gas station when he was leaving, getting closer to where he lives. He was wearing like jeans and a maroon shirt and, looked just like that. And then we see him here. See, that maroon's different, kind of. That one almost looks more like the one he was wearing in that video that we just watched. And see, he looks different in this. You know why he looks a little different? Because of the angle. And by the way, like you could take this image here, and it's all. Sometimes what happens is people take an image, and the aspect ratio changes, or the video itself films them differently. Like it's not natural, especially when you're at an angle like this. It makes people look squattier, etc. Like I bet you, if you, there's nobody out there that denies that that's him. Like especially when you look at a picture of him. like that. I mean, that person's this person, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, it's you know what sucks is even having to keep saying that shit. You know, be honest. Isn't it just lame that you have to say, like, do these weird little comparisons? You know? My God, you guys. It's him.
Yeah. And there's people that'll still claim that it's not. And what's you know, at the very beginning of this, people were putting out all kinds of altered video. They were putting out all kinds of altered pictures to try to, again, kind of undermine the credibility of the entire investigation because they're making money off of it and they're creating suspense. And then, of course, it could be foreign or political actors doing the exact same thing. We don't always know what the motivation is behind it, but you know, we see people doing this all the time to try to create some sort of sensationalism of, you know, this conspiracy. There's a lot of money in all of this.
Yeah, it's I don't know. It's just something. I don't know how you sleep at night thinking, man, what a load of crap I sold them. What can I do tomorrow that I can sell?
Yeah,
You know, it's a weird philosophy. You know,
it really is.
and it's hard. It's actually harder to do what we do because you have to literally find something new. You know, something to discuss that isn't just made up. But imagine.
Right.
The range of information, if you're making stuff up every day, you can just sit there and go, ooh, what about today? Hey, Egyptian planes were in the area. I can do a whole thing on that one.
Exactly.
You know? That's how it works, right?
You can come up with any sort of narrative that you want. And that's exactly what they do. That's what's fun about it. It's fun. It's interesting. You never run out of material that way.
Yeah, let's try. I'm going to try something out here. I'm going to try to, like, image adjustment. Let's see. Transform. Let's see. Edit. No, it's edit transform. Scale. Let's see what happens if I move them in a little bit. Not like that. Shift. Yeah, so that's like more what he looks like right there. See? And it could be the aspect ratio.
I switched it out on you, but let me
okay. Oh, okay. Sorry about that.
No, I have it.
I got to use the restroom in a second, so when you start doing the gun thing.
There we go.
Yeah, see that? Doesn't that look more like kind of what he looks like? And that's the whole thing about when people put videos out, sometimes they're stretched incorrectly. So if I undo it now, see now he's wider, you know, and the other one looked about the way it's supposed to look. And it just all kind of just depends on the angle. Sometimes
the focal length of the lens.
Yeah. I mean, it's weird too, because some people, I mean, what's funny, like look on the thumbnail with me in it today on your channel, I'm kind of squished down because when it got brought in, my head, it's like shorter, right? Like if you go look at the thumbnail, it's not the actual aspect ratio of my head. I hope so anyways. I mean, Jesus, if I look...
So decent metal band real quick, and look how he's holding the drink in his right hand. It's melting into his shirt. Come on, y'all, look at how smooth that picture looks. It's freaking AI. Well, here's the problem with that decent metal band. This is a picture that was released by Candace Owens.
Candace Owens, yeah.
And it's not melting into his shirt.
Well, she can make mistakes too, Gary.
Well, that's true. She's true.
Oh, yeah. Look at. I see
it's melted
some
right
ice cream right there. Look, it's right there. It's got on the shirt, man.
Melted right into his shirt.
Case solved. Hey, look at that. There's even some more ice cream right there. Man, this guy he's a mess.
It's not a drink. It's an ice cream. It's clearly ice cream. Like, come on, dude. Come on, people.
Oh, man.
Yeah. The perspective that you're looking at, the focal length changes everything. that's why everything looks so. Almost all the footage from this is wide angle, fairly wide angle footage, and that's why everything looks so much further. The distances look further when you're watching this on TV and everything else. It's just the way. As a matter of fact, I got a video I'll share real quick that kind of really does highlight.
I got to use the restroom really quick.
Oh, use the restroom.
I can still listen. Or you can just talk to him, but I'd like to see the video.
As long as I don't hear you peeing, I'll be fine.
I'll make sure you can hear it. Yeah. Are you still hearing echo? I gotta.
No,
you're
no.
not now. Okay.
Good
Okay.
now.
Good. All right, man.
Let me find my UVU footage, and I will show you guys kind of what I'm talking about on this. Maybe it was yeah. Where is? If you guys have questions about anything that we have discussed so far, throw them down there. We'll try to, that's what I want to do. I want to exhaust all the questions possible. Let's sort by name here. Make sure we do it like that. Yeah, TP. So if you got questions, let's address them. Let me go down here, UVU trip. All right. Let me find, here we go. I will play this. This shows a couple things. I think it's really important to this. We see a lot of people say that the area wanted kind of an up close look. So first of all, a lot of people keep saying this area was cemented over. This area is not cemented over. They put blocks down. So there's that. The other thing, they also have said that they cemented over the tunnels. All right, these are not tunnels. These are access hatches because this controls the water feature. What you can see in this video, and I can even show you some more, is we have the fountain area where the water actually pools, but then so that is one control, and then the other one actually controls the waterfall that's normally running. It wasn't on that day. Even when I was out there, they had the waterfall, and it was actually pretty hard to hear. But I want to highlight a couple things to you in this one as I play this. This paved area, I'll zoom in a little bit, and folks, I can already tell, like, the distances in the camera are so much. They look so much further than the actual distances, whether you see it on TV, you see it in other video footage, and even on this camera right here. So, I mean, to give you an idea, these pots right here, that is probably 8 feet. That first pot right there is about 8 feet from me. This is definitely one of the things that I noticed in Butler too. Even though I looked at all the footage from Butler, I knew the distances by heart. I looked at everything, on Google Earth. And folks, right there, if you look at the top of the building, the second floor up there on that balcony area, right behind that is that bush. Like, the idea that somebody was at that location shooting anybody is just stupid. It is so much closer than it looks here. I could literally easily throw a baseball to that location. It's not very far at all. But when you get there, everything's just so much closer than what it looks like and what you have a picture in your mind of. So there's that. Now I want to show you. We'll add this one to stage. Let me remove that. Add this. All right, so this is the original. This is the original report. It was September 11th, 2025, and we see the picture of the Mauser rifle. Right, so we have an updated stock in there. This is nothing abnormal. What we see with this scope and how this is mounted, this is a little weird. Now, the only thing I would say with this is that one of two things could possibly have happened with that. Number one, what I think is most likely is when he jumped down, these rings weren't tight. So when he jumped down, that scope slid rearward. Or just the way that the stock is. I see this all the time. And let me tell you something, folks. This looks weird, but I have students that come to our long range courses where their optics and their rifle are set up worse than this. And they're like, and I ask them, like, what's going on with this, man? Like, why is this set up like that? Like, I don't know. I've been using it for years like that. So this isn't outside of the possibilities, but we do see a optic that is slid very far back in the rings. They could have set it that way because of the length of pull, because that's where his eye actually had good eye relief, where he could actually adjust his eye to the optic, whatever else. But the point here is that this picture is the picture that came from the ATF. It was leaked from the ATF to the New York Post. Here we say obtained by the New York Post. And then I want to take you over here, and I'm going to share this tab instead. All right, I asked Super Grok, is there any evidence the picture published by the New York Post on September 11th, 2025 of Tyler Robinson's rifle was a stock photo? No, there is no credible evidence that that rifle photo published by the New York Post on or around September 11th depicting the bolt-action rifle linked to Tyler Robinson in the Charlie Kirk assassination case was a stock photo. What the New York Post published. On September 11th, the Post ran an article titled something like Gun Charlie Kirk Shot with Reveal or similar, which included a photo of Mauser-style bolt-action 30-06, often shown in a box or wrapped context. The Post explicitly labeled as a bolt-action rifle recovered near the scene obtained by the New York Post. Claims of it being a stock photo. Some online discussions, especially on Reddit, Facebook groups, and X, question the photo shortly after publication. Common points raised include the rifle appears in a neat box, resembling a new stored gun rather than one recovered from the woods. Folks, that is, I have friends at the ATF. I asked them if they have evidence boxes just like that, and they do. Like, that's an evidence box. That's what it is. The scope mounting looked odd or broken. I agree with that. There's lots of good explanations of why that could be. General skepticism about evidence in a high-profile case, with some users calling it staged or faked. It goes on to give a bunch more information. But one of the things that we always go back to is people saying that this is a stock photo, which is absolutely ridiculous. Why would somebody create a photo like this of a rifle in a box, laid in the grass, flashlight shining on it, and they take a picture of it? I can tell you right now that this, just looking at this action back here, that is a Mauser action. That is different from a Remington 700. That is different from a lot of different rifles out there. And I will tell you that people have gone to great length to try to bolster the idea that this is a stock photo. What they've done is they went into other, they've gone into different forums and things like that, and they've included this picture on guns that has no relation to. It'll literally say Remington 700. Oh, it's here. This is where they got the photo from. That's not a Remington 700. That's a Mauser rifle. So they go to great lengths to try to create a conspiracy where none exists. Another one that I've heard, I'm sure you've heard this too, Gray, where people say, oh, the reason he was limping is because we know that Tyler Robinson was handicapped. That is absolute trash.
Yeah.
They're just recreating or remaking history or just recreating reality so that their narrative fits. And the coping that people will do to try to make their narrative true is mind-boggling to watch. It's funny, but it's also sad and quite pathetic of what's going on there.
Yeah, it's weird because it's like there's a thing called confirmation bias where you look at everything and in a way that confirms what you believe. But in these cases, they're inventing things that confirm what they believe. Yeah, and that's where it's kind of, hey, I when I was there, the tunnel behind Kirk.
Yeah.
I actually went around there, and I think I have the exact angle of the shot if you want to see it from his perspective. It's crazy. I don't know. I think it really is. I have it on the screen here. This is one I went and dug around and tried to find the. So this is okay. So that's where Kirk was right here, and then there's this little path that comes down right here, and then through this little tunnel. And so in a minute here, after walking, this is where the car was that he was put in, and then he drove away, the SUV, right? Pretty much right in this area, you think?
Yep.
All right. But in a minute here, what I do is I take the camera and it's on an extension pole, and I put it out past that post right there. And then I think it really does mimic the angle pretty well here in a second. So I'm right now I'm extending the pole out, and then I can get it down, and then look at this. I mean, this is really. So let's just say that's it, right? And then isn't he right? I can't from this angle. It's hard to. I can't remember. Hold on a second.
Yeah, no, that's where he's at.
Yeah, that's where he is. Okay. So that, I mean, that just shows you right there. I think it's right up here, though, right?
Yep.
On this one? Yeah.
Yep.
So look at that. I mean, it's crazy, right? Because there's a little part that juts out, too, right there. So this is almost the exact angle right here. And he just kind of slid out on that little part there and then fired right. I mean, isn't that wild? It's kind of wild looking at it like that because these people are all just standing around, and then he goes right up to that little spot right there. And then through that little gap, because here's that one roof extending, and there's a little bit of it, and then shoots straight down and at Charlie Kirk right there. So I think that is pretty much the angle. What do you think?
No, I think that's pretty much dead on.
Yeah, it looks, I mean, it's really close regardless. Anyways, that's just something I thought your viewers might be interested in. So
Yeah,
what other topics you got?
I was going to throw up a quick picture. It's from the backward side of that. Let me see. Matter of fact, what I'm going to do is I'm going to throw that in Premiere Pro real quick so I can zoom in. Let me pull.
They had a really good version that I think it was one of those really high-end news people had these images. What was the name of that? Like Reuters. You know?
Reuters?
Yeah, Reuters had a really good photograph up there. Unbelievable.
This is probably what you're talking about. And
could be.
Let me see. I'm going to stretch this out. All right. So, got it right here. Let me do a couple things.
Like that one?
I can't see what you're looking
Oh,
at.
okay. You can't see it.
Yeah. Yep. That one.
Because I can zoom in if you want me to.
Yeah. No, zoom in from there. That'll
Okay.
work.
So I'll make it as big as.
Or faster.
Well, I just remembered it was Reuters. I didn't know if it was the exact same one. Yeah.
My thunder.
No, this is, hey, everybody. This is the image that Gary was thinking of. Right?
That's right.
All right. But isn't that amazing? That shot right there. So this is where he was right here on the ground. That's where they have these. So what were you going to say about it? Go ahead.
Well, two things. Number one, you can see that we have a clear line of sight. Number two, zoom in on where he was actually laying because you can still see the.
Oh, yeah, right here.
Yep.
Yeah.
You can still see the impressions of what's going on there. And then there again, you can see that they have a clear line of sight from that spot to Charlie Kirk.
Look at that. And if they were over 2 feet, this thing right here would have blocked it.
Yep. And what
so
he was doing, he got in a great position where he had a clear line of sight of Charlie Kirk. But the other thing that he did, he masked it using that ledge. This is what we call shooting through a loophole to some extent. It masked the ability for other people the most amount of people possible to see him. So it obscured vision, his line of sight, people's line of sight to him as much as he possibly could, while still maintaining the clear line of sight to Charlie Kirk. So that's
and
about this.
exactly.
And there's
that's a cool. That's a cool concept. Never heard of that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like when he's laying down here, also he's far enough away from the edge where those people just happen to be in that perfect spot to see him. They could see his upper part of his body, but the half of his body. When I say half, I mean when he's laying down prone, they could see literally, him laying there because they were so far away to the left. But anybody down here couldn't see him at all.
Yeah.
And I guess that inside of here is where probably this one right there, that window, is probably where that one filmed him get up and run. Have you seen some of these other ones that they did? Look how great that was. That's what I used on Google Earth. Look at that thing.
Yeah.
I mean, what a great image that is. Just straight down, crystal clear.
Well, zoom into that further real quick. Because the other thing is a lot of people were saying that these hatches were underneath Charlie. And they were visible the entire time. As a matter of fact, there was a camera on that back one. There was a tripod sitting on that back one. And also you need to understand, people, there were people lined up right. You see that white spot just to the right of the railing. Like there were spectators that close to Charlie the whole time. So any idea or any concept or supposition that, he was shot with a camera gun or he was shot by someone closer. Like there's so many people that were that close to Charlie. I mean, this is like whoever was standing in that spot where that white is, which I think that's actually the one of
Right
the,
here, over
yeah.
here.
That's actually one of the PA systems, the top of the PA system. People were standing right there, so they're like 15 feet from Charlie Kirk himself. And
Is this PA right here too?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, here's the weird part. You know how like people said that this is a tunnel system and that's where the shooter came from.
Yeah.
Yeah, you would actually laugh. Like if you were doing true crime like me, how many cases people resort to that? Like even in the the Idaho 4, those 4 kids killed by Brian Koberger. You've heard of it, right?
Yep.
Yeah. They even said that there was a tunnel going in underneath that house, and that's how the real killer got in. I mean, it's like, Jesus, you guys. And people believed it,
Oh, I'm sure.
So it's not just that. There's multiple other ones that the tunnel seems to always show up. Let's see, what else?
Secret passageways.
Oh, there you go. Look how great that shot is. See, that's from Reuters, too. You can definitely see the imprints there.
Oh, yeah.
On that one. And I think there's, and that's even closer in with a little measuring deal. And then, that one's kind of interesting because he's right on the edge here. And then there's that round object, which if you go over to the shooting location, and then right off the edge there it is, right there, that round thing. So that's this. You always have to prove little minutia. So here they are. They're at the wooded area. That's another one that they took. I wonder what they were looking at right there. I figured out where this spot was on the ground, like where they were standing. Based on, see the paint on the on the side there?
And then you have the
and then that
segment right there.
Yeah, I think it was. I think I marked it. It might have lost it, but I think there it is. I think that might be the photograph. Let's see. Yeah, I think it was like right in here. Let's see. Let's load that one up. Let's see if it matches. Still. Yeah, I mean, it looks very similar. I mean, like if you look right there, there's a part that goes up. Right here, it's just a different time frame.
Yeah.
This is later. This one's from like 2 years ago. But see how that's there, and then that angle of that is here, and then this thing is here, and then that one, and then there's the divider there. And so it wasn't perfect, but it's the only one that looked anything similar at all.
Oops.
But this is also like, I mean, the street view is from, let's see.
Hold on. I got some.
Oh.
Sorry.
Well, what was that? We could play it.
Well, I'm going to have to throw it in. I'll throw it into a Premiere Pro so I can lighten it up. I probably will in just a second. I was trying to find some of my footage because I went way up into that area where they actually found the gun.
In here. Didn't we both go in there together one time?
And I was filming that, and I'm just trying to figure out where that was.
By the way, I got to say that what you guys did with that drone, Jesus. That was like, you guys, you wouldn't have believed the saga of getting that drone footage.
Yeah.
But it was really cool. What do you call it? Like diligence, trying to get that done. Because I was just thinking, man, a couple times I said stuff where you're like, great, you got to make him encouraged because this guy, it was a crazy situation.
Yeah.
It's amazing that you guys did it, though,
Well, my drone operator was like, well, we can't get it done now. And I was like, no, that's not how this is going to work.
Yeah. And you guys are kind of where I am right here, right? Up in this area?
We were at
somewhere.
That house. I'm looking at. So we were at the zoom in a little bit. I think
Yeah, I think
we're
you're
at the
like
house.
right in here.
Yep. So no, we were on the back side of that. Come down the pathway, like right to the right of the solar panels on the house.
Oh, right here.
Yeah, that's.
Oh,
where
so
we're
you
from.
wow, right in the middle of their construction. They just weren't there anymore.
No, they weren't there. Nobody was there. We were trespassing.
Well, that's hilarious because I went there with the guy that gave me the footage.
Yeah.
He took me on a tour, and he walked down into this area, and he told the people, "Yeah, and he just somehow whatever he said, he just mumbled through it. Yeah, he didn't mumble, but he made it. He was like an authority figure, and somehow we were able to walk down here. I have it on camera too. But yeah, same spot right there. So you guys are just sitting there for like an hour, and then
like 2 hours.
Yeah, and the drone's just going back and forth. Man, Jesus,
Yep.
this is.
We
Was there ever a time where you're like, oh shit, man, we've already been here too long?
Like 4 different times. So I'll play this video for you guys, and this will take you. We're gonna go right into the area where the rifle was found. I'm gonna stop this screen. Let me see. Stop screen, and I'm gonna add a screen.
Yeah, basically the drone goes back and forth and takes pictures of everything and eventually stitches it all back together into a 3D model.
Yeah. Very
And
precise.
I think they were correct because when you're on their campus, they can control if you can fly. But if you're not on their campus, they don't control the airspace above it. So
yeah, I mean, technically they can't do that either, but they think they can, and you're not going to sit there. There's a lot of people that don't understand the laws of drones, and so, anyways, that's where we're at with that. But I don't want to get into litigation.
Yes, the weeds.
It's just the fact that most people don't understand the laws around drones. But anyways, let's play this real quick. I'll show you guys.
Oh, there you go. That's that same little. That's the where Tyler ran. Actually, you're on the other side of the. No, you're right there. Yeah. Yeah. Man, you're walking really quick.
All right, so you guys can see what's going on here. Like, there's that defilade to the left of the road. So once he crosses the road, he can get down in there, and most of the cars aren't even going to notice him. It's about 4 or 5 feet in difference in elevation. They were right down in here.
You go down there, it's like goes right into people's yards. So it's like, I don't know.
Wow.
Maybe put them in there.
Yeah. Maybe hit it. So you all see how, like, it's not much depth to this.
Right.
And it's actually not that thick. I mean, you can see right there, there's bushes that you could probably hide a gun in. But if you're searching this area for either individuals and or a firearm, it's not going to take you that long to find something. Over in here somewhere.
I mean, like that bush right in front of you could be a good place to just slide it in.
Yeah. At this point, folks, we're just speculating where he would have actually hidden the rifle. But this is the location. But you guys see that? It's like, I don't know, 25 feet in width.
Yeah,
Like,
nothing.
This isn't a large area to search. It's indicated by
And it really stops like
pretty much everyone.
just a little bit further down from you.
Yeah. The only place
Because then there's individual trees in a grassy area. It's not really. The wooded area is tiny.
Exactly. I would have hidden rifles in this brush right here.
It might be exactly where it's put. This is where they put down.
Yeah, it's 72 yards long is the spot.
72 yards long. There, and then went through.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't hit it, and they walked
Walk back over this way. Yeah. Yeah, well, folks, we're in a defilade, and this, if he was walking down in here, it would keep everything hidden from view of vehicles as they pass by.
I'm walking like an Oompa Loompa, old.
So what you can do is go up. There's another.
So this is that trail. There's an actual trail right here that goes up to the houses.
Yeah, you went right up through it.
Back behind the neighborhood.
I stopped here earlier.
There's the pathway.
A lot of people claim the rifle was way up there. You ever seen that?
Yeah.
I mean, it's interesting. This little steps are right here. You know, like, did he take those? But then, how would he get down to where the ROTC was from up here?
Well, you can. And I think we actually do. So right now we're in somebody's backyard. We're literally in someone's backyard.
Yeah, I was just following you. You know, like, okay, it wasn't me. Everybody.
Exactly. And we can definitely see this is a well-traveled path. It goes right up through the side of someone's yard.
Right. That basketball hoop.
For sure. All right.
Yeah, I remember you just thinking, let's just do it. Screw this.
Yep. All right, we're just going to walk it.
Right, so if you go to the left and then go back down a little bit, you can get to that ROTC. I mean, don't you just kind of have it memorized, basically, how to get around out there at this point?
Yeah, I mean, it's once you
it's
see
weird.
it's nothing hard about it.
And then down that street there is actually where that camera is that filmed him around the corner.
That's the house that we actually
there it
flew
is.
the drone from. We literally parked in the front of the street and we walked back behind the house and flew the drone. And just hung out there for 2 hours.
Maybe you climbed over that fence.
Yeah.
But then where do you go after that?
If you want, after this weekend, that guy kind of took me on a tour. If you want to watch it, might be kind of interesting.
Who took you on the tour?
The guy that had the video.
Oh, okay.
Probably went over that fence there.
Yeah, he knew this area. He walked me down around and all, just right where you were, but down into.
Do you think he traveled back here behind the houses? Yeah.
He has changed, but we know that he ran on that dirt area.
Yeah. That dirt area is back behind here, right?
Yeah.
All right. So we're trying to not trespass through people's yards and stuff like that.
Just a mild.
We're trying to minimize the law break.
Yeah. That's funny hearing it again.
All right. So there's that.
Were you laughing right there? Or was that both of you laughing? You both versions of you laughing because it was the same.
That was you and me laughing.
But were you laughing live here too, though?
I may have been. I don't know.
I mean, just now because it's funny because I was laughing with it.
Yeah. Yeah. No. It was funny. Breaking the law. Let's hit a couple of questions real quick. No emotion. I wonder if he's thinking he won't be convicted. This has been a while ago. We were talking about him being very not showing any emotions in the court. This is when Ginger Puff posted this. Surely his lawyers have told him things are dire. It was calculated murder, but he seems disconnected in those texts to what he did. I agree. I think he's a sociopath for sure. I don't think he has any realization of what's going on. TR is chatting with the furry boyfriend with details about the rifle and the engravings on the bullet before Ellie found the rifle. Pretty damning. Proves it was clearly TR. Otherwise, how could he have known? Agreed. Gifted 1 Gray Hughes membership. Super sticker. Very nice.
Phyllis Watson.
Gifted 50 Gray Hughes. We saw this one earlier. Thank you, Carla.
Carl W.
Sharon McMahon's America's government teacher will be The commencement speaker at UVU for the 2026 graduation, she trashed on Charlie Kirk after he was killed. Interesting. 1 hour behind, but want to say thanks for not baking down and giving us normies the ability to explain that TR took out CK. Stay strong. God bless. Yep. Great show, gentlemen. Thank you very much, Joel. Gary, if the projectile yawed or tumbled, why didn't we hear any thumping or buzzing due to the asymmetric vortex shedding? I mean, there's probably a couple different reasons, but what we did hear is you do hear a smack once Charlie's actually shot. I mean, I've definitely shot rounds that I knew tumbled, and I never heard that. And what you hear behind the rifle and what you're going to hear downrange, very different. Especially
like that, like.
It was a loud auditorium. Like people were making a lot of ambient noise while Charlie was speaking. So, and there may just not have been microphones that were sensitive enough or close enough.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Like Bartholomew's, his mic's not going to pick up anything like that.
And his mic by far was the best audio that we've gotten from that location.
Oh yeah, it was perfect.
You can actually hear much more bass in the. It sounds like a rifle shot compared to everything else. And that's one of the things I constantly try to explain to people when I've done a lot of filming of shooting on cameras, cell phones, and things like that. Like these devices compress the audio so much, there's no way for you to tell from the audio signature of what that rifle is. I could take a 300 PRC, 5.56, and 9mm and shoot it and pick up the audio with a cell phone, and I'm telling you, you would have no idea. You might be able to slightly distinguish one from the other, but if I shot 300 PRC, a lot of times it would sound like it's 5.56 or 22 or whatever else, because these mics are compressing that audio and distorting it in a way that doesn't make it true to life. The only audio that we have that has a little bit more dynamic range, as they call that, is from Bartholomew's microphone. We get a lot more of the true sound, and even still that's going to be highly compressed because if it's peaking or it's too loud, it'll cause distortion.
I remember I thought it was an AR-15 at the beginning because there was like that little sound. Yeah, that's all we could hear, right? The little sound, not the normal,
Well, I remember specifically during Butler. I mean, the first few shots from that audio that we were getting, I was like, man, that sounds like a 22. But again, I went back to thinking about like all the video I've shot. I was like, yeah, there's no way to tell from the audio that we're getting.
Man, what an interesting case that was to get all dialed in, man. That thing was that was crazy. I mean, shitty situation, but like just
for sure.
Let's see. Yeah. So, anything else there?
Nope. That's all I got.
Because I can play this one if you want to see it. Because this guy, let's see what he was saying. I don't remember what. Let's see. Let me turn the audio.
I got it up there.
So that was his house. That's him right there.
Do you have audio?
I told him I was. Oh yeah. Like, hold on. I got to.
Yep. Switch your audio setting.
Yeah.
This is a cool camera.
He said I could film it.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah, it's 8K too, so you can put it in there and look wherever you want to look.
That's pretty cool.
I don't know if you want to ever be on camera, but I'll kind of keep it away from your face.
Oh, I don't care.
He said he didn't care. See, boom, right there. All right.
So this is right where he was walking, right here.
This is it.
Probably, did he make it to the sidewalk in those?
Oh, he was on the sidewalk.
He made it to right there.
Yeah. See, that's the house under construction right there.
One right at the end.
Yeah, one at the end.
Is that the one that has the
driveway down?
Does it go all the way to the street down there? Oh, can we do that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, that's what I think. I was kind of scared to keep going because I don't want to.
No, this is under construction. UVU bought this home. They bought that home.
See, UVU bought that place. That's who's constructing.
And what do they do with it?
They're going to do it in some, who knows, reception center.
Yeah.
I have no idea.
So that was actually kind of okay that you filmed from
right there.
Seems like it's not in the
wasn't
zone.
Somebody's.
So you can see my camera kind of stopped about right here.
By the
Yeah, he's got it right. It did stop right here.
It's about as far as I got.
Okay, so he keeps moving.
What'd you say?
But he keeps going.
And there's probably other people that have cameras along here, wouldn't you think?
We talk to people, they just have Ring doorbell cameras, which a lot of them are built to shoot about 10 feet out.
And they're also motion activated.
They are. I'd say most people have them, but they just, we checked with people, see if they had any other video, and they're, no.
So how long does yours go back? Do you have anything like a week?
I have about 5 days. My card,
5
it's an
days.
SD card, only holds about 5 days.
Man, that would be really interesting. I think 5 days we might pick up something.
What about me, Jim?
I don't know.
Jesus.
Does it show every single
my guess
minute?
is he was here the day before. You know how St. George is 3.5 hours away.
Is that now? What is it?
So to be here by 8,
Oh.
Yeah.
I don't know.
you're the night
Just
before.
gonna move it. I
Yeah,
don't know
that's
if I got
true.
on the
And
phone.
also-
That's why I should go check that video, but I never have.
So here we're getting close to your drone spot here.
Well, I mean, it's a lot, but you have the whole day every minute, right?
Yeah, let's just walk right to that.
I would
See,
take
this
a,
is the
There's
trees,
that basketball
Uh-huh.
you know,
court.
the little forest I
Right,
talked
right.
about?
See that? There's the hoop that we came up from behind a minute ago.
That's,
right?
yeah, we walked through that.
All right.
There's somebody here. So let's ask them if we can walk through. Some construction guys. This is another neighbor, and this is all fenced off. But you can see this is the forest where this is the gun.
yeah, so I walked all the way up to right there earlier.
Yeah, you can
Down
see
there.
it's just a big backyard.
And I think, do you think you put the gun over there first?
Yes, I think it was right over there.
Because there was law enforcement just completely,
Yeah,
right in that area.
yeah, you can see where it was. That's where it was.
So how did you get over, if you go down there and you take a right,
You could hop
There's
the
this
fence
other-
and walk up this way, but I doubt you did that.
so what do you think you did? Why do you think you ended up in that, inside the construction yard?
Did he?
Yeah, so apparently he went by an excavator driver.
Oh.
So, I don't know. That's what that was in the reported anyways. And who knows?
Okay, we're gonna walk this way and then go over
So
to
the
driveway.
excavator driver from, I think, this construction saw him. So here we go. Look at this guy. He just he just gets us through somehow. I don't know.
Hey, can we walk through? Yeah, we just walk through. Huh? Where you guys live? I'm a neighbor.
Yeah, he's just,
I just live here. Down the
Okay,
street.
you know this is an active construction site and I'm
Yeah.
not supposed to let
Yeah,
anyone
I
on
know.
here.
We're just taking a look.
okay.
That's how,
He
that's
got
how
him
you
out.
do it.
Isn't that amazing? Like he goes, it's an active construction site, so I'm not. He goes, it's okay. We're just going to take a look. Isn't that funny?
That's the way it's done right there.
Yeah, I used to get into
I got.
huh?
I'm just saying you acknowledge them like yeah. Just keep walking.
Yeah.
We'll stay out either way.
Now the guy's like being.
Okay.
No,
We won't do anything crazy.
Way, but you can go down. You can go down that way.
No, we're just gonna stay right here.
And then I don't think we did.
So is this what that? Yeah, that's exactly what I was walking up. That's crazy. Well, I was walking right up there,
Oh, really?
and I just stopped because I didn't want to keep going.
There's the Losi building,
Yeah. So what's weird is if he,
and this driveway goes all the way to that spot.
so what if that's the way he came up? Like
He
like
came up
that's-
through here?
So let's say he was down there in the woods and he went over there. There's a way from right down there. That
Yeah,
go,
you can walk all the way down.
right,
the
and then he
path.
goes up here through that construction area, but he doesn't go up here. He goes right up through that way.
Oh,
Wouldn't that be interesting? Because that seems like.
it's plausible.
What if we go
let's
right
go.
to that corner?
Let's go. Yeah, you can go. Yeah, go ahead.
And now we're going over where.
If that makes
He
sense.
didn't want us to go that way, so
Okay.
I don't know why.
Yeah. See, look, that's where an
Yeah.
excavator might be.
Yeah.
Right over there, and he goes up that way.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Yeah, that's interesting. Well, I appreciate you showing me this stuff.
No, you're good.
What a cool dude that guy is.
Go down one leg. No, I knew the guy who owned this really well.
And there was a lady on the news that was
So
right over here.
he was a construction, the guy who owned this was owned construction equipment. And he used this driveway and buildings to park his excavator.
So now we're getting close to where he must have. Like, see that bank up there? I think he might have gone up over that.
That's crazy. I bet that's exactly where he went, right there. But then how do you think he got from there to back behind, across the street from the neighbors that have the camera?
Well, that's what I'm wondering. I don't know. Well, there's an easy path from here.
I think he climbed up this bank over here.
This would be where the excavator, you know, somewhere in this area.
That's right, yes, yeah.
A month ago. That cement might not even have been there.
Oh, that's old.
Pretty old.
But this is right where he was, you guys. I mean, if I was, we're walking around like right up,
Oh, so you
right
went
here,
right up there.
right now. We're
Up
walking
that
right
fence.
here.
Exactly, that's what I was going to say. Right
Got
over
it.
there.
Got it.
Wow.
And he's right behind the ROTC building.
Yeah, see, and then ROTC. Remember earlier how the ROTC leads to? So I think this is it.
Wow.
I think he climbed, just went up like.
Right over here. Anyway, you can see this goes all the way to.
So he may have came right up here,
And I wonder what this looked like.
confronted the
This was here a month ago.
This has a chance.
excavator guy, and
So he
then
might
went
not
up
have
here.
even-
So
After.
there's the trees.
Uh-huh.
So you could have easily gone this way, like you said.
Yeah, but why not just come right through here? You know?
Because probably could have been seen easier. I don't know.
Yeah, that's true.
Who knows?
Huh.
But when this guy in the neighbor owned it, those streets, that street, there was no street out to the UVU.
Yeah, so that is
They
right
have built
here.
that since.
That's this building.
I mean, last year.
And so that wasn't that's not the ROTC building. That's right here. So it's that steep
Yeah, and then there's
bank.
another street that's a
Yeah,
dead
what you
end.
don't get a feel for is this neighborhood quite a bit higher than UVU.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you can see somewhere around here, you can probably see the roof that he was on.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I think it's right there. I don't know. I don't know what that is. Maybe it's over.
Yeah. From that corner when we went down, you can see the Losi building. So this neighborhood's a horseshoe.
Oh no,
Yeah.
it's over. That's
One
that's
way
that
down.
building.
That
It's
way?
over here.
Or
He was
that way?
further over.
Now down that
Yeah.
way, there's one street that goes to the right on the other cul-de-sac, I think.
So
Before
it's just a street that goes all the way from this road to my road.
yeah, it's weird. That must make it easy for you when you go to Portland or something. It's like, you
Well,
just feel like
You don't really feel any different.
seems like you've got a lot more oxygen or something.
Yeah, maybe.
A lot higher there. But anyways, we don't talk much more about the. But it was just kind of neat having him get us down there.
No, that's great. Did you have anything else going to do on the video?
On that video.
Yeah. Or any other video?
Let me just see. Let me just look. I think I pretty much. Let's see. I think I got them all. Ones that I was going to use. I have a whole bunch more footage, but it was just like these are the ones that kind of just tell the story.
Will you figure audio so I don't hear?
Oh, yeah. It's hard to remember that one.
Questions and comments I want to go through real quick. This is a pretty good one. Question: how does Gary see the conspiracy theorists reacting to a trial? One could argue the lack of trial for Oswald due to assassination helped fuel the decades of conspiracy thinking. I do think that there's probably, I don't know, 30% or so of the Candace cult that once they do see all the evidence that's going to be presented at trial, are going to accept reality and realize that they're wrong. But there's going to be a large portion that are going to continue to say that it's all fake, that, you know, they're going to stick to their guns. And Candace is definitely going to stick to her guns. That's what she's been doing. Like, that's what I've been talking about. And I'm going to address Lace's question here in a second, going back to the whole dog narrative. What she's been doing is planting seeds to undermine the credibility of this investigation throughout, from the very beginning of this, so that when she is proven wrong at trial, she's going to be able to dismiss all of that, and her followers are going to go along with it, because she's been basically, you know, her followers are very suggestible, and she has been planting those seeds all the way down, all the way from the very beginning. He says, I think a trial can provide a true sense of finality, but conspiracy theorists will never accept what doesn't confirm their beliefs. I hope we don't get decades of Charlie conspiracies. We're going to. I think, look, 10 years from now, 20 years from now, we're going to see documentaries, just like we have with JFK and other ones, where they're going to go back and relitigate all this stuff and reconvince a whole other generation of people that Charlie Kirk was killed by the government or Israel or the French Foreign Legion or whoever. There's just too much money to be involved with this for them not to do that. And you'll see in interviews with Candace 10 years from now, she's still going to be claiming the exact same thing, that she was right all along. That's what's going to happen.
It kind of needs to go to trial.
Yeah.
I think the prosecution, I think in a normal world, a normal situation, the prosecution might be looking for a way to do a plea deal type of thing. But I think in this case, because of the conspiracy nut job, it just needs to be litigated, put out into the public so that everybody can see the reality. If they don't see the reality, this thing will go on forever. Even worse, you'll have the Candace Owens types that'll keep trying to sell some bullshit to people. But I think most people with brains, when they see the information laid out, they're going to understand the gravity of the situation. But if it doesn't go to trial, then it's like, if he does a plea deal, he's got to be forced to sit there and allocute what he did, why he did it, and how it went down to avoid the death penalty. That's the only way that you could do something like that, in my opinion.
And I don't think the prosecution is going to offer him. I think the prosecution realizes that, number one, they're going after a death penalty, and number two, I think they understand that their case is so airtight that there's nobody that is there's not a jury that is not going to look at this and then come up with reasonable doubt. There just isn't room for reasonable doubt, especially once they add all the other pieces of evidence that they have that we assume they have. But I bet there's a lot of evidence they have that we can't even imagine. And part of that, I think, is definitely going to be a lot of very clear video of him on site. It's clearly him. You match that with all of the confessions that he's put forth. When the prosecution proves that the text messages are real, that the Discord chats are real, like why as a prosecutor would you even offer a plea deal? They're not going to.
Yeah,
and I hope they don't, but I hope you're right.
I hope they don't, but if they do, he needs to say, like if they do cut a deal, when you do this shit where like Koberger,
yeah,
he didn't say a damn thing, and the conspiracy theorists are still going today.
Sure. Sure. Well, what I would like to see, and here's the interview that I would love to get. I would love to get 5 years from now the interview with Tyler Robinson, sitting down with him and telling me what exactly happened and just being honest and telling us why, so that hopefully we can put some of that stuff to bed. But
yeah, this might not even go to trial for 4 years from now. This is how this shit works. It's crazy.
Yep. Candace has conveniently set it up to where she can never be wrong, because everything is conspiracy. You show her evidence, conspiracy equals proof, equals conspiracy. Everyone's in on it according to her. And that's the thing, is that she doesn't show evidence, so you can't even prosecute what she alleges, because it's words in the ether. It's nothing. It's just accusations that you can't even really. And we'll talk about more of this here in just a second with Lace's comment. And some additional comments that we already hit, but Paramount, I think we covered it briefly, but what about the bomb dogs that missed the scent Candace keeps talking about? So if you weren't here earlier, we talked about this at the very beginning, and this is really important. So what is alleged by Candace is that this person, who she doesn't even claim is Tyler Robinson, dumped this rifle off in the woods. Somehow the police knew where this rifle was. They searched it on foot. She literally says they go arm in arm and they link and they comb that area looking for evidence, and they can't find anything. So they call in the bomb dogs, and then they search the entire area with bomb dogs. You guys saw how small that area is. And then they couldn't find anything. And then suddenly the FBI comes in. Within 5 minutes, they find a rifle. The only person that has ever said that is Candace Owens. And I'm telling you right now, the reason that she came up with this narrative out of the blue is because it presents the idea, it seeds the idea, it suggests the idea that that rifle was planted by the FBI. But there again, if the conspirators out there want to say that he wasn't shot with a 30-06, then why would they plant a 30-06? That doesn't make any sense. But let me tell you what actually happened, what I think happened. That I don't think any of that stuff happened. Because number one, they weren't looking for a rifle. None of the law enforcement knew that he cached a rifle. They were looking for a suspect right after that. And the natural assumption would be that the suspect has the rifle with him. What I believe happened, and by the way, I just kind of dawned on me that it's actually supported by the documents. Within 10 minutes, and there's audio recordings of the scanner traffic, of all the police traffic. Within like 5-10 minutes, they're on the radio talking to somebody that's watching the surveillance footage. They're like, hey, I see exactly where he dropped off the Lossy building, and he headed over to the wooded area across the street. And so I think at that point, somebody goes out there on foot, follows his footsteps, retraces it, and goes over there and comes across and finds the rifle. I don't think it was that hard. You guys saw that area. There's like 1 or 2 spots where you could hide a rifle.
And you're not walking arm in arm. There's no arm in arm.
I think they went looking for the suspect, were trying to retrace his steps, and found the rifle. Yes, in the scanner audio, they talk about, hey, there's a suspect at large. We need canines, but they never talk about that they actually utilize the canines. They never say, hey, bring the canines to an exact location. We need to search
bomb
something.
Sniffing.
Nothing like
we don't even know if they're bomb sniffing canines. It could just be, like a scent sniffing dog.
But the point is I don't think they ever needed that. I think they found that rifle almost immediately. And by the way, I was just looking at this here on page 5 of the charging documents. Let's read the narrative here. It says a camera later captures the suspect as he runs across the roof. The suspected shooting runs across the roof to the suspected shooting position. Immediately after the shot was fired, a camera captures the suspect running across the roof, carrying an item whose shape is consistent with a rifle. The suspect is then seen climbing down from the roof. He appears to dump the item he was carrying as he hits the ground in a controlled fall. He then picks up an item and runs toward the northeast end of campus. I think that was the sunglasses, and I think you'd agree with that.
I totally agree. I just brought that up the other day. I think that's an error. He didn't drop the gun. He dropped the glasses. But it's not a big deal. It's just something we observed at the time.
So the next line here is expanded. Let me get rid of this. The next line here is expanded crime scene investigation. Law enforcement officers follow the suspect's escape path to the northeast end of the campus, where they believe the suspect left campus and entered a wooded area. In that wooded area, the investigators found a bolt-action rifle wrapped in a towel. Excuse me. The rifle contained 1 spent round and 3 unspent rounds. So there's the information that we have. It sounds exactly like what I'm talking about, where they followed him, they saw where he landed and where he went into the woods, and all they did was retrace his path based on the surveillance footage. And they had that surveillance footage. They were relaying that surveillance footage within like 5-10 minutes of the time that Charlie was actually shot via the radio. So they knew where he was. They knew where he was. They watched the entire thing.
Right.
And
I think that's exactly right. I think they just saw that he didn't go down to the street to the right. They went into the woods. They go into there. They're trying to find where he may have stepped. Oh my God, look, there's a gun. And then it could be, though, after they found the towel and the gun, knowing that the person they see on the roof is holding that, they brought in a scent dog and said, hey, sniff this towel. And then it led him back to behind those other homes and so forth. Yeah, and then they went and got the surveillance footage from the house across the street. Oh my God, there he is. It matched with the dog. I mean, it could be something like that.
Well, and even if dogs were never brought in, it would just be common sense to start canvassing that entire area and just looking at the terrain and be like, okay, where did he go next? All right, let's go this way. And then, by the way, let's start asking these homeowners if they have footage. So there's no indication that dogs were used to find a rifle at all. And I don't believe, I think that entire narrative is fabricated and injected into the entire story just to undermine the credibility of the investigation and be able to continue this conspiracy that the FBI, the feds are involved and they planted evidence. But and there again, if they planted evidence, how did they get his DNA? If they planted evidence and they're creating all of this evidence, then why would they come out and say that the bullet fragment was inconclusive? Why wouldn't they just say, yep, it matched, case closed, done? Like, people have to stop being so freaking gullible. Gary and Gray, this is fantastic. Thank you for sharing all this. You're welcome.
You know what I was thinking of, when you watch what we're doing here, and it's just so obvious, clear. You can see how easily he could have got on the roof if you've been watching the whole night, and how he moved around, etc. And then you think about like the Egyptian planes and this other stuff. It's almost it's actually laughable. It's so freaking stupid. It's not even close. I mean, look at this stuff here, you guys. It's freaking amazing. It really is what it is. And then you see these people talking about Egyptian planes and people going, ooh, it's so interesting. Give me a break.
And it's not.
Ridiculous.
And that's not even interesting. Like, if they're tracking TPUSA or Erica Kirk or Charlie Kirk or whoever, they're not going to do it in planes. All right. There's a lot of, and the allegation, the underlying allegation here is that it's Israel using these Egyptian planes. Folks, Israel has one of the most competent, capable cyber abilities on the face of the planet. Look, if they want to put any sort of tracking software on someone's phone and listen in on their phone conversations, listen in even when the phone is off, that happens. All right. They can listen to your phone. They can turn your phone into a bug, right? They can listen to the conversations that are happening around that phone. They can track your phone. I mean, if Israel wanted to, they could, provide Erica an assistant that is tracking down all this information. Like, there's 1,000 ways that you could track someone. And then on top of that, it goes even further. It becomes even more ridiculous when we're talking about Egyptian planes that are plus or minus 3 days. That's what we consider an overlap, and plus or minus 50 miles. So here we have a plane that's tracking Erica or Charlie Kirk, lands days before at a different airport. And then here comes their plane. Oh, look at this. They're tracking them. And then come to find out, Kaneko the Great completely debunked that whole story. And this is the same story that Candace Owens said was the key to finding out who actually killed Charlie Kirk. And then when she realized that it was all nonsense, she promised an updated tracking version, an updated spreadsheet, an updated timeline, an interactive timeline, no less, of the Egyptian planes. That was 111 days ago, folks. That was 111 days ago that she promised you and committed to her viewers that she would provide this updated interactive tracking sheet for the Egyptian planes.
I actually would argue that she's known it was bullshit from the beginning.
Oh, yeah.
And then when somebody disproved it, she it's not like she realized it was fake. She knew it was fake. Yeah. And then when somebody disproved it, she said, I'll update something, and then never, obviously that's never going to happen.
Yeah.
But the next day we're getting real close. You ever see that one video where there's like 200 in a row? We're getting real close. It's great, man.
Nate Livingstone, Milk Bar TV. He does a great job highlighting all that stuff.
Yeah, that was amazing.
Thank you, Phyllis, for the membership. Gifted 1 membership. Alacake, thank you very much. Great news, people. Candace has to know that she is lying and manipulating people. Why do you think she is so intense about it? Why continue to lie so much? She has no choice. She's already too far down this rabbit hole. She has no choice. I mean,
and it's money too. Think about it.
Come out and admit she's a fraud the entire time, and she can't do that.
I think even if she came out and admitted they'd still have 1 million views on a video. I mean, it's weird. It's like it is. I think people always say all of us are cults. We got cult members. That really is one over there.
It really
I mean, 100%.
Yeah, really is. Just as people have chosen not to see the evidence they won't see the trial either. Candace Owens certainly won't air it or cover it. I couldn't agree more. There's so much of this. She has never went through the charging documents. She's never shown people the footage of how easy it is to get on the roof. She's never been there. I mean, again, every single logical step that you would take in an investigation, she has done none of it. She's done none of it. She's never brought in forensic experts. She's never brought in a lawyer to go through the actual evidence to talk about its validity. She's never interviewed eyewitnesses. I've interviewed over a dozen eyewitnesses. I think 5 or 6 have been on the channel at this point. And they all have the same, every single person I've talked to, on or off camera, all say that they believe Tyler Robinson is the shooter. And that's why she won't bring on eyewitnesses. Because, I mean, these people went to a Charlie Kirk event, which tells you they have a working brain to begin with. And, you know.
She's on to something, though, man.
She is on to
There's something there.
There's like, I mean, you can tell the whole thing. There's something amiss. There's something that just doesn't give me
something
the right vibe,
just doesn't add up, man. You get it? Hey,
maybe,
you know, Megan Kelly owes.
Maybe it was at the beginning when people were believing in camera guns, palm guns, tunnels.
Right.
Maybe seeds of doubt were planted into your mind, and you just weren't willing to admit or accept reality after that.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what doesn't add up. Maybe.
Well, what do you think of? See, Megan Kelly owes everybody an apology because all of us with brains, where you could see Candace Owens had these, she was implying Erica Kirk had something to do with this at the early on, like, but she would say it in a way that was kind of passively implying, and it was really kind of obvious. And Megan Kelly would say, "Oh, yeah, I don't see it at all. You guys don't really understand. I'm behind the scenes. I know all the different," because I listened to her podcast. And I mean, in the last month or so, it's just been outright obvious. I mean, that's all just absolutely attacking Candace Owens and her family. I mean,
Erica
Kirk and her family over and over and over again. You know? I mean, it's just so obvious. So, I mean, I think Megan Kelly needs to say something because, I mean, I've lost a lot of respect for her, too.
She won't.
I think
she's in on this whole thing. She's against Trump. Like, this whole thing is a psychological
she says she isn't.
Ultimately against MAGA. They want to end MAGA. That's what I think. And I think there's clear evidence of that. It's to take down TPUSA, which is the organization that got Trump elected. It's to divide the right to make sure that we lose the midterms. It's to divide the right to make sure that if we lose the midterms, we're most likely going to lose 2028. And then I think they're going to try to hijack the Republican Party with this new right that is pushing this isolationism. And quite frankly, sounds a lot like the Nazi Party. That's one of the things I posted today. Like this woke right, this anti-Jewish hatred, crazy talk. It sounds just like I can't distinguish between you, a leftist, or a Nazi member. It is turned into the new Nazi movement.
It's horrible. Yeah. And it's weird because, I mean, Megan Kelly seems like she's You know, it's funny that, or not funny, but the other day, Candace just slipped up. She goes, and the Jewish people, I mean, Israelis, like she tries to get away with it by pretending it's her criticism against Israel. But that isn't what her criticism is. It's all Jewish people.
Yeah.
Her criticism is against Jews, not Israel. She made a mistake. And it's scary. It is scary, Lisa, because she sells this to people, and so many of them right now. If you go read her chat, that's one of the scariest things you could ever read. These people are just absolute psychos in there against Jewish people. And I mean, the sad part is I always tell people is Jewish people don't have a safe place anymore. There used to be, like, the Democrats always are anti-Jewish people, even though for some reason Jewish people are registered as Democrats, but they're always anti-Israel, etc. And then the Republicans were always like pro-Israel and supportive. And now you have this huge population on the right that's created by people like Candace Owens and those other wacko, I don't know all their names. I know what their faces like. The Groiper dude and this other guy. They just hate.
We got Candace Owens. We got Tucker Carlson. We now have
Tucker.
Regine. We have Nick Fuentes. Now we've added Joe Kent to the mix. I mean, you can go down the list. You can also add Valhalla. You can add Jesse on Fire. You can add, I don't know, that weird old guy that's always out there. They got, what's that? Jimmy Dore. Like all of these people. Ian Carroll. I mean, Ian Carroll is just an undercover Nazi. I mean, that's what he is. Like everything that he ever talks about, at the end of it, it comes down to the Jews. The Jews are doing something. Like that's what's going on with this.
And that's exactly how Hitler and those people, every negative thing that happened started to be blamed on the Jewish people, and they became the scapegoat of all the problems, and created a hateful scenario, and then people were okay with wiping them off the face of the earth, which is just absolutely disgusting. And I think that's the same mentality that you see currently.
Yeah, no, without a doubt. Real quick, somebody brought it up in the comments. I can't find it now, but I'm going to go ahead and play this video. I don't know if you've seen this video. I haven't shown it on YouTube, but I'm going to go ahead and show this now. I'm going to find, let's do here. No, we won't do there. There. Sure, we'll hear that real quick. So I just released a video today. Some of you guys have seen this. I played it on here. But this one right here, the lies and disinformation campaign around Charlie Kirk won't stop. We got Baghdad Baron Coleman. We're going to play this.
Oh, God, that guy's...
Today's episode is about the lawyer that makes all lawyers look bad. And you know exactly who I'm talking about. Candace Owens' #1 simp, and that is Baron Whisper Campaign Coleman. Now, Baron will probably describe himself as a disinterested party. I got to tell you, he's made himself Candace Owens' personal Baghdad Bob, just out there spreading propaganda left and right, lying, and he's made himself Candace Owens' personal attack dog. He goes after any and everyone that just points out the truth, the fact that Candace Owens has zero evidence of a single material claim. But being her lapdog, he's going to go after anyone and everyone that's just reporting the truth. Now, I've done a lot of research with Baron, and most of you know that he's a lawyer, and he's currently registered with both the Florida and the Tennessee bar. And I have checked, and I got to tell you, all the defamatory claims that he has made against, and accusations that he's made against Erica Kirk, TPUSA, and Andrew Colvett, those violate every single ethical standard of both the Tennessee and the Florida bar. It would be a real shame if he was taken to task and held accountable for his ethical violations, given that he is a lawyer and what he's doing to undermine our own justice system. Now, I got to tell you, I actually owe Baron Coleman some gratitude, because I wanted to prove to everybody that he was a professional propagandist. He has a long history, going back to his time as a government informant. That's right, he was a government informant that, as a lawyer, unethically went around and intentionally tried to create a whisper campaign in order to prejudice a jury. Can you imagine? That's crazy. But besides that, I wanted to prove that he was a propagandist and he was lying about me and everybody else. And man, Baron Coleman has done yeoman's work to make this easy to prove. He is my #1 guy. As a matter of fact, Baron, I appoint you an honorary member of my harem of
Gary's broads.
But I don't want to put words in Baron's mouth. Let's listen to his lies about me from his own mouth.
That all of these attempted alibis, the Mitch Snow wasn't at Fort Huachuca. That went through Gary. He tricked Mitch Snow's son into confirming that Mitch Snow was at Fort Huachuca. That was not known. In fact, that was hotly debated at the time. If you remember, if you go back in time, when the Mitch Snow idea first populated, there was a lot of doubt whether he was even there.
Well, let's take his advice, go back in time and check the record, because luckily the internet is forever. Let's see what I actually said prior to my December 27th interview with Mitch Snow's son. Look at this.
All right, folks, again, this is a very common tactic with disinformation. What they do is they confirm, they show you proof, or say they even confirm, the non-material elements of the story. All right, I can confirm you were there. Who cares? Who cares if you can confirm this guy was there, or you can confirm that he stayed at a freaking Best Western somewhere near Fort Huachuca? None of that matters. What matters is you confirm what he's saying, or anything. I mean, she confirms nothing ever. I mean, that's the problem with all this stuff. I don't doubt that he was, matter of fact, I'm quite sure he was down at Fort Huachuca. That doesn't mean anything. So for those of you who don't know, Candace Owens shared this I don't know, as proof that Mitch Snow was there. And again, I don't doubt that Mitch Snow was there. And this gives you this trash right here and says, oh, this is proof that the entire thing happened. I don't care if Mitch was at Fort Huachuca. A very common tactic with disinformation. What they do is they confirm, they show you proof, the non-material elements of the story. Point. And I don't care if it does. I don't doubt that he was there. All right. He's a weirdo. They said he was acting weird, making threats. The next thing you know, bomb dogs are called. Who cares if he was there? Brian Harpole wasn't there. Eric Kirk wasn't there. And no matter amount of proof, again, we have no proof of any of this. And they don't want to give you any proof of any of this. They don't want to give you any proof of any allegations, but they demand that you prove with evidence your innocence. That's not how the system works. All right, that's crazy. We're in crazy land. And the fact that that's the standard on which Candace operates constantly, it's just retarded. A very common tactic with disinformation. What they do is they confirm, they show you proof, the non-material elements of the story.
The Mitch Snow wasn't at Fort Huachuca. That went through Gary.
The Mitch Snow wasn't at Fort Huachuca. That went through Gary.
Do you see what Baghdad Bob did right there? He proved my entire point about disinformation. He wants to distract you completely away from the fact that Candace Owens didn't provide any evidence of a single material claim. And then what he did, he created a complete new narrative that refocuses your attention on a claim that was never made at all and isn't one of the substantive claims. We don't care if Mitch Snow was there. But I always stated, I believe Mitch Snow was there because that's how disinformation works. And man, Barron, did you prove my point? You went right back to that point that I said, hey, this is what they're going to do. They're going to focus on the non-material claims, and that's exactly what you did. But luckily, you are a man of character and integrity because this is what you said right here.
I have this open standing agreement with anyone who has evidence that I've been wrong or that my opinion needs to be changed. Give me the evidence and I'll change my opinion. I'll make a correction. That goes for everything I've said. Everything.
Well, thank you, Barron. I appreciate that offer. I'm going to take you up on it because now that I've proven beyond a reasonable doubt that you have lied for months out there defaming me, claiming that I said something that I didn't and making a whole shtick about it. Oh, look at Gary. Look what he did. I never said those things. So I'm sure at any moment you're going to issue a statement retracting every bit of that nonsense and you're going to come out and you're going to come clean with everybody out there. So I'll be waiting right here, waiting for you to retract your entire bullshit statement that you've been pushing around for the last few months. Oh, and you really should debate Andrew Wilson. I'm sure all the lies, all the nonsense that you've been pushing for the last 6 months, riding on the coattails of Candace Owens, I'm sure he won't be able to touch any of that stuff. Anyways, everybody else, you have a wonderful day. And until next time, stay armed, stay ready. We'll talk to you soon.
All right. So there we go, folks. I'll unmute your mic.
His voice. He's such a used car salesman with that little sneaky little pauses, like he's contemplative. Guys, it's an embarrassment. All based on a bogus, Google Trends thing that got him popular. And then Candace pumped him up. And now he's making bank too, because his videos get, 500,000 views. And I mean, it's just ridiculous, the whole thing.
Indeed. It is what it is. Well, listen.
You put that out a couple of days ago, didn't you?
What's that?
Wasn't that a few days ago you put that out? Yeah.
Put that out a couple of days ago. Yeah. Let me just make sure that we don't have any more super.
But again, you guys, just think about what we went over tonight. Everything where, how he got there, walked in, went up on the roof, how simple it was, where they found the rifle, his DNA was on the trigger, it was on the towel, it was on this. He touched the roof up there, fingerprints are over there, blah, 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 blah. It goes on and on and on. Real simple stuff. And then you got these other people who are so far away from that, talking about stuff that's just so... It's just so ridiculous. I haven't spent any time on it. I know that you've been debunking, which is valuable. So I don't know Fort Huachuca. I don't know these other. I've heard of it a million times. I just go, okay. Because to me, it's just like, who gives a shit about Fort Huachuca? Tyler Robinson's the killer. He's right there. It's like really clear, you know. It's not like, you know. But the thing is yes, if you're debunking somebody, then you got to learn about Fort Huachuca. And here's the cool part. See, Gary's in a unique position here. He knows without it. He feels like me. Tyler Robinson is like, you know, absolutely incredibly likely to be the person. So he's in a unique position to know that every single time one of these people make a claim that it's complete crap, and he can just go out and find how to prove that it's crap, right? Because it's you know that you can do it. Yeah. It's 100% possible every single time, right? So you're like,
depending like on if it was like it's hard for me to debunk that the French Foreign Legion was
yeah, right. Right. So that stuff's hard, but the rest of it, like things that you can literally call up and research and get an answer for, you'll always be able to answer it because the truth is not what they're saying. You know, and like you said, yes, there's times where people claim, hey, this source told me this and blah, blah, blah. And then, you know, I don't know. I mean, it's just in a nebulae area where you can't figure it out. But I mean, so it's easy for you. It's like anything that's provable, you can just debunk because there is an answer that's not what they're saying.
Yes. Or even some of the things that they have presented, they present the worst case scenario. They assume the worst every single time, or the most bizarre, and then they never present the more plausible option at all. And like that's where a lot of the stuff, like, it's fine if you want to, I don't know, you want to have zero mental discipline and you just want to imagine the craziest shit. That's fine. I mean, that's your right to do that. But if you don't at least talk about or say, hey, these other things over here are much more likely, much more plausible, and there's more evidence for that. When you just start rejecting real evidence that will be proven in court, that will be presented in court, and you want to believe the most outlandish nonsense with zero evidence, and you think just because you want to believe that holds more weight than the more plausible explanation with a lot of evidence, like, you have lost the plot. And you have let your mind just go crazy. And you have zero mental discipline.
You know, when people say like you are they probably call you a Fed, or you're actually an operative. And you know what's neat about that? Like, I've been called the same thing in multiple cases that I've covered. Anytime you go with what law enforcement's saying, you're obviously a shill or some kind of a government operative selling their narrative. But the cool part about that is when people say that, you and I are in a unique position to realize they're crazy.
Yeah.
Because you actually know the reality of it. So you can actually go, I mean.
That's one of the things that, like, again, I've been mentioned on Candace's podcast, like on 8 different shows where she's brought me up, either by name, Paramount Tactical, or obscure YouTuber referencing me. And when she's sitting there, and she has said multiple times that I am paid by TPUSA, that Erica Kirk has hired me for PR. Like, I know from my position, like, you are a liar. You will say anything to your viewers and your subscribers to defame anyone. You will say whatever it takes. And, you know, that's just more proof of what a complete... Oh no, I'm trying to keep my language tame.
And what's hard to do, but what's hard to do is, the thing is, in your mind, you're in a unique position to know that they're nuts because you know what the truth is.
Yeah.
But what's hard to do is, how do you, people expect you to prove that you're not a Fed or something. How do you do that, by the way? How do you prove to somebody you're not a Fed? I got to send you my tax returns, and then, you know what I'm saying? It's crazy.
Yeah. No, it is nuts. Well, Gray, thank you for coming on. You got any last and final words for everybody out there?
Just, you guys, use your, go with your brain. If your brain is functioning, just look at information and go, oh, okay, yeah, this makes sense. And when people are telling you these outlandish stories out there, just realize, I mean, if it sounds too crazy, then it's not going to be true. Okay. It just, I've seen no cases. There's only been one or so case in the world that what I thought happened was some crazy thing. This isn't one of those. So when you hear these people coming with these wild stories, don't even let yourself go down their rabbit hole with them, because that's what they're hoping for. It's not worth your time. It's a complete waste of time. And when the trial happens, you're going to look at people like us and go, damn, those guys are at it right the whole time. You know?
No, couldn't agree more. Like, you got to have some cognitive security. You got to use logic. Don't come to conclusions. Follow the evidence. Let the evidence and all of the information come in, and let that bring you to a conclusion. Don't come to a conclusion and look for evidence. I mean, it's just good common sense overall. I thought we were, I thought we were a evidence-based, logic-based society, but clearly we no longer are. Well, listen, folks, we appreciate you tuning in. Make sure you like, subscribe. Make sure you go follow Gray. Again, if you'd like to support the channel by becoming a member, or support us over on X, make sure you go subscribe over there. But we really do appreciate you tuning in. Hopefully you found this helpful and informative, maybe even a little bit entertaining. And again, make sure you go follow Gray as well. He does a lot of great work over there. And you're live pretty much every night, aren't you?
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, pretty much every night.
Yeah.
All right, folks.
I am.
Well, thank you for tuning in. And until next time, stay armed, stay ready. We'll talk to you.